And we're off. We're live, Damien.
Boom. Bang on time.
Hello, everyone. How are you? I hope you're well. Sorry for the it's non-tardiness, isn't it?
Well, I think the 7 minutes are tardiness. The half an hour isn't tardiness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we apologise. We apologise for that. But yeah, it is what it is. We're busy people. This is what happens. Welcome to Battle Streams Middle Earth. It's been a hell of a fortnight. It's been a busy fortnight on many fronts. We've got a lot to talk about tonight. There's a lot of hands that we need to touch on.
What's that mean? Is that a phrase? I've never heard that. There's a lot of hands we need to touch on.
Yeah, a lot of hands we need to touch on. Apparently, it's a thing.
Yeah, I
like
it. I like it.
I'm just going to turn you up on my end because you're very quiet. There we go.
Thanks, Bo. Yeah, I can see just a little chat of people saying Steve very loud. Steve's quite loud.
Thanks for that, people. Thanks for that. Well, it's a new microphone. Can I see it?
Turn it down, mate. Turn it down.
Check it, mate. It's got neon lights on it and everything.
Wow.
So we are episode 54. 54?
Can you believe
54. That's a
and this, of course, is episode 54 of Battle Streams Middle Earth, which is our fortnightly live stream where we take a wander through history, having a look at an issue of this bad boy every week, which is Battle Games Middle Earth, of course. What did we do, Steve?
Oh, we fiddled with the name.
Yeah, we changed it.
Yeah, not in a weird way. We changed. It's called Battle Games.
Games, yeah.
And we took games out and we changed it Battle Streams.
Streams. It's a think piece.
Yep.
And that's
not many people get it.
From. No, a lot of people don't get it.
They don't get it.
You're right.
They think, where'd you get the name from? It's a great name. Where'd you get it? It's got a nice ring to it.
Very original sounding name. But indeed, we are back with it. Sorry for it. It's obviously a half an hour late start, but sometimes real life happens. That's what happened this week. But we hope you're all well, and you hope you're looking forward to kicking back and joining us. We'll do our kind of preamble as usual, and kind of snacks and drinks and how to get involved and everything as the stream goes on. But I do think we can't. I don't think we can really go any further without addressing the elephant in the room in a lot of ways. There is still someone still saying Steve is loud and Damien.
Yeah,
is loud.
I've sorted it. They were hearing me not through my new mic. Funnily enough, you could hear me through my new mic. So
I could.
That's great.
Yeah.
They were hearing me through a different mic.
Well, Sophie's just suggested that perhaps you replaced your mic with a potato.
It could be.
But do you think that's now better?
It should be fine now.
We're having a look at I'm having a look at the chat now before we go any further, because God knows for what's about to happen, we need good sound quality.
We do need good. I mean, I'm looking at my bar. My bar is bouncing cleanly now.
You need a nice clean bar. That's what you want in life, isn't it?
Yeah.
Frederick's not helping with the sound. He's just saying there's two elephants in the room.
There's two elephants. I mean, that's. I think that's a gag on our weight. But,
I think it might be. It's quite rude.
Or our trunks.
There you go. Cameron, much more of our friend than Frederick there, saying you sound a lot better. So I think we can. Proceed.
Yeah.
So we'll probably come back to this. We'll probably come back to this kind of topic later on as a kind of topic of discussion or something. But it's been a very, very exciting week to be a Lord of the Rings fan for a few
very
reasons,
exciting.
and it's even more exciting to be a SBG fan because the FAQ dropped.
The FAQ did drop.
It did drop. And the FAQ came out, which is, they happen twice a year at a very well scheduled and able to predict time of year.
I skimmed. Can I just say that I skimmed it as you know, Damien. I've been very sidetracked this week.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff going on, but I skimmed, so I've got an idea of what's happened. I read the headlines, but other than the headlines, I'm pretty in the dark. I've not had a chance to catch up. So, yeah.
Let's just say you're not the only one who's been left emotionally in the dark about it, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
There's obviously a lot of changes that for the game are really good. But it's not, you know, a lot of people are excited. The Vanquishers have had the nerf, for example. Lady of Light's had the nerf, so people are very, very positive about this FAQ. It's good news.
It is very good news
for the game, which is cool, and people are excited, but not everyone. I'm sorry to say, one of our friends, Steve, has been quite badly affected by the FAQ.
Yeah.
And we stand with Harry Parkhill.
Side by side.
Harry Parkhill is a pillar of the community. He writes the
lamppost. Say lamppost.
Yeah, he writes the Outriders post. He does he does Battle Games of Middle Earth, and he produced a video, a cracking video, really good, really high quality video about how to defeat the Vanquishers, a battle report.
Yeah, I think lots of people would have found it really helpful.
It would have been incredible. It would have been incredibly helpful.
Really helpful.
Unfortunately, Steve, he posted it. You wouldn't believe it. 25 minutes before the FAQ dropped. And the FAQ, Stephen, come on now. He's a friend of the channel. And the FAQ.
I'm not. Do you know what? I'm not laughing at that.
No, it's not funny. It's not funny.
I just had a flashback to. I think that I'll come to that in a minute. I'll let you finish. And
and we feel Harry is a friend of the channel. He's one of our patrons. He's a regular viewer. God knows I hope he's watching tonight. And we just wanted to say that we stand with Harry and we support Harry, and we know a lot of you do, because Harry is a key member of the community. And so we prepared a tribute to Harry. And so it's not, I don't want to get anyone depressed. It's not like a minute's silence or anything. But my advice, we're probably gonna have quite a lot of fun tonight, as always, have a few drinks, paint some models. But my advice to you is for now, if you can, we don't like to push political agendas on here too often, but just for now, put down your brushes and just try and observe, try and be quiet, think about Harry, and send Harry positive
vibes,
positive wishes as we pay tribute to the work that Harry's done this week. Okay, Steve?
I'm ready, mate. I was born ready.
Not a party popper. Bingo, 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 bingo. Lay down your sweet and weary head. Night is falling. You have come to video's end. Sleep now and dream of the views that came before the FAQ was released. They are calling from across the distant shore. Why do you weep? What are these tears upon your face? Soon you will see. All of your views will pass away, safe to assume no one is watching. What can you see on Harry's channel? It's just quite out of date. We couldn't have known there'd be an FAQ. Although they do release one every February. And all will turn to Entmoot past. It's one of the better SBG podcasts. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong.
Namaste. That was deeply touching.
Got you, Harry. Got you back.
Yeah.
So there we go. I hope you're right. You're coping with everything, and we got you.
Yeah.
So yes, welcome to Battle Streams Middle Earth. I hope there's someone new watching. That would be something, wouldn't it?
There might have been.
Yeah. What is this? What is this? But indeed, this is our weekly, our fortnightly wander through the realms of Middle Earth, looking back on battle games in Middle Earth past, and so on and so forth. And of course, we have managed to reach the phenomenal achievement of issue 42, which is quite something. So Steve, what we normally do in this, of course, is we look through the magazine and we look at the state of the rules and the articles and the painting guides and so on and so forth, as we do, and we paint along. Right? What's the point? What are we trying to do here?
I mean, clear our backlog.
Always sounds dirty when you say it. Indeed, the point of Battle Streams Middle Earth is to clear the backlog. So the idea is basically that the models that came with the magazine, we paint.
Yep.
We all paint along together, and you kind of dig out these old models from your backlog and get them painted just for the fun and just for the joy of it. And so we've always got a theme of the week where you can get involved. Now, the model that came with this issue was a Mordor Orc banner bearer. I don't think we'd ever just suggest that everyone paints a Mordor Orc banner bearer. It's a bit specific. We've done about a week before. So what, Steve, dare I ask, what is this week's theme?
I do actually know it because I had to remember it when I was doing a thumb. And I didn't remember it. I had to go back and watch the end of the last video. So this week's theme is, as Damien said, we are not covering just Bannerman, but we want to keep it Mordor. We want to keep it on theme. So today, or this in this stream, we are celebrating Azog's... Gothmog's Gothmog's Legendary Legion.
You gave it a good go, didn't you?
Yeah, I got there. Nearly got there. I mean, I'm doped up to the eyeballs on Lemsip, if that helps.
Very rock and roll.
So any model that is in Gothmog's Legendary Legion is viable tonight, and I do hope that the whip thread is up on Facebook. It should be. If someone could confirm that would be awesome. So any model that is included in Gothmog's Legendary Legion is eligible tonight. If you're painting that's awesome. You'll be entered into a draw if you post a picture in the whip thread. But whatever you're painting tonight, even if it's not one of those, please do post it in a whip thread anyway. We'll have a look at what you're painting and we'll come to it later on.
I didn't bring the book up. Should have brought the book up. I don't know if you got down, but what's available?
In Azog's Legendary Legion?
Nope.
In Gothmog's Legendary Legion?
Yeah.
I've got Azog on the brain.
Have you got Gondor at all
there? Yeah, I can't get it, mate. Give me a second. I've got it on PDF.
Fair enough.
You fill the void.
Yeah. So indeed, that we hope you're painting along like something like that. There'll be a whip thread. Stick a picture of it in it. Tell us what you're eating. Tell us what you're drinking. And as long as you are doing that, you won't believe what they can win, Steve.
What can they win?
CCAM's doing like multiple work tonight, so it's got different things going on. Let's see how this plays out. Okay, so what have we got to do here? I'm guessing, Steve, is that somewhere?
Go to your.
So
go to.
Want to come down?
I mean, I can still see Harry's eyes. Bring the.
Yeah, well, that's just a bonus for the viewers, isn't it? Wait.
Camera up and to the left.
To the left.
To the left. To the left. But yeah, where you was, it bounced back then. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
cool. So indeed, you can't win these. You can't win these. What you can do is buy these. These are our Patreon purple middle of us. But what you can win tonight is this bad boy. Oh yes. This is one of our hot
Skills.
black battle streams in Middle Earth that whenever you rule it will always land on the 6. Do you see how I did that? It landed on the 6 as we wanted it to.
They do actually roll a lot of 6s.
Really?
In reality.
Really? But that is you can win this bad boy tonight. This very exciting times. Still, well, what you got here is a blurry dice with a dice train focus, but you get the idea. Did it, Steve. Did it.
Smashed it, mate. Smashed it.
So indeed, that's what you can win. And all you have to do to be in with a chance of winning that dice is to be painting something from Gothmog's Legendary Legion.
Yeah, correct.
Simple. Have you got the stuff there?
Yeah. Do you want me to read it out?
I do.
Obviously, Gothmog, Lieutenant of Sauron. Goroth, Guritz, Gothmog's Enforcer, Zagdush, Morannon Orc Captains, Orc Shaman, Orc Taskmaster, Orc Drummer, Orc Warriors, Morannon Orcs, Mordor Trolls, Mordor Siege Bow, or Mordor War Catapult are all eligible.
Very, very cool.
I just want a disclaimer. I do apologise if I'm sniffling and everything. I've got a terrible head cold. I'm struggling. So apologies if you hear me sniffling and sneezing and everything. I am on it. I've got a tissue to hand. So yeah. Can I just say as well on the subject of Harry before we move on?
Yeah, God knows we need to do more about Harry.
I think this is payback because Harry never actually ate his boot, did he?
Not as far as I know. Maybe he did it at home for pleasure. But no, I don't believe he publicly ate them. No.
I think it's a bit of payback. It's a good battle report though. I watched bits of it. I've not seen it all. I was watching bits of it whilst I was in work.
I didn't watch it. It's out of date, isn't it?
I mean, the rules didn't make any sense.
No, what's the point?
But yeah, so for anyone who is here this evening who isn't normally here, welcome. I know we've got a load of the regulars in, which is great, as it always is. Welcome to you guys also. If it's your first time in,
man.
I know, mental. 67 I've got on mine.
That jumped up when the song started.
Yeah. If it is your first time in, please say hello in the chat. Let us know who you are, where you're from. That'd be great. It's always nice to know who is watching. Yeah, I will be. I'm going to try and paint this evening. I know, Damien, am I thinking correctly? Are you painting Gondor? Or have I misremembered that?
Steve, you have not misremembered that. You're absolutely right. I should be painting Gondor. As per my internal rules.
Yeah.
Which are, if I haven't got anything on stream, I'll paint my BSIME Gondor army. I'm going to have to apologise.
Oh.
Yeah. I think it's got a happy ending, BSIME related, but you'll see a hobby vlog. Hopefully, you're going to get a hobby vlog in the next few days. Okay, not that one, but the one afterwards will. It's going to be another journey too, and I have got so much to do.
Yeah.
Before the SBG photo shoot for issue 12, which is in 2 weeks, and the GT, which is in 3 weeks. I've got so much to do, and I can't lose an evening painting some Gondor models.
Fair dues. It's a worthy excuse.
Indeed. So here are my promises. As soon as I get back from the GT, I'm going to paint those models. They're going to be next, which were 6 Osgiliath Vets and Mount of Fenris. So they are going to get done. They are going to get done for battle streams. But you're going to like who's on the painting handle, battle streams related. It's only not got an issue Celeborn.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Old school.
Nice. So you can start thinking about why the hell I'm furious that I have to paint this. I've got to paint this for a photograph in SBG issue 12, one photograph. So start, any fans of the magazine, start your engines worrying about why we need them. I'm really, really irritated about having to paint this, but it suddenly struck me this is perfect for battle streams because we talked about him a lot in the Lothlorien ones. He doesn't get an issue. He's a model I've had in the case for years. And also, I speed painted Galadriel. Remember that? I think we both did it. Didn't we do it like 2 weeks apart or something? I think we
yeah, I think so. I wanted the same night.
We did it on the same night, maybe. But yeah, I'm sure we both speed painted Galadriel for the stream. And so I thought, I'll try and do him in a similar way. And just thought it'd be a fun one. So yeah, apologies to my Gondor, but at the start of March, I'm going to be huge, big BSIME week with some Last Light stuff and some Gondor stuff. So it's Celeborn for me, and I'm going to get stuck in. What about yourself?
I have not been in here at all in the last 2 weeks, so nothing set up. I literally come in 5 minutes before we went live, so I've got nothing planned, nothing set up. But I do still have my 5 ogres that I started.
Oh yeah.
In front of me on the desk. So what I may do is, if I do pick a paintbrush up, is just carry on with those. It's not on topic. It's Hobbit. It's not Lord of the Rings, but I do want to get them done because I do need them doing for a video that I would like to do in the next couple of months. So
are they or are they not in your backlog?
Yeah, they're in my backlog. So I definitely
sounds all right.
I definitely am doing this. So yeah. So if I pick brushes up, that's what I'll be doing. I'll finish their underpants, and do that. Yeah.
So jump into the chat and see people.
Well, should we quickly? Because there's a lot to talk about tonight. There is a lot to talk about. So I think we should get the stuff out of the way that we need to get out of the way. So snacks tonight. Again, I'm feeling a little bit under the weather, so I've not got a lot. I wasn't going to have anything. It was only that my girls gifted me a chocolate fairy cake. Said that I deserved it.
Oh, very nice.
Because I've had a stressful week. They said they wanted to buy me a big cake, but Mummy said that I am being careful with my calories, which is very, very true. So they got me a fairy cake.
I'm reading into that as like, yeah, let's get Daddy a treat. Well, he doesn't deserve a big treat. Let's not get too ahead of himself.
So yeah, and well, that's the other thing, mate. I've lost a stone.
Have you?
Yeah, I've lost a stone.
Congrats, mate.
I've lost a stone since
awesome.
I think I started calorie counting 4th or 5th of Jan, so about a month in. Yeah, it's going all right. I'm finding it a lot easier than it was tonight. Tonight was my night off, but I'm still within. But I'm gonna have a couple of beers tonight just to.
Good man. End of the week as well.
Yeah, end of the week. So I've got a nice little chocolate cupcake, a cup of tea, a couple of bottles of Moretti, the beer of champions.
Classic.
Yeah, that's it. What about yourself?
Well, you wouldn't Adam and Eve it.
Go on.
Oh, just got a little bit of brown down on the base there. Got that sorted. Smashed it out.
Where's the
Thinking of opportunity. Got my tea.
Yeah.
Standard battle streams, and as ever, you got to kind of crack on with stuff before the tea goes cold.
Mm-hmm.
Leaf I've got in front of me, Steve.
Go on. What is that?
It's not quite a fairy cake. It's a chocolate muffin.
Nice.
That's pretty close thematically. I think feels like our snack cycles are synced.
Yeah. We do spend a lot of time together.
Virtually.
Just say it happens.
Yeah, I went out today. Probably get more onto that once we've caught up on how you've been and everything. But it was quite exciting to go out today. And I was in a shop. I went to M&S and they had their cakes, their individual box cakes. So I bought. We needed 3. Like Olivia's not having a cake yet, but Charlotte would. So I got 3 for dinner. I got an extra one. Stream snack.
Yeah.
So I got that. So I'm very excited. Fresh cake. I've got a beer over there somewhere. It's classic. And somewhere around the line here, I've got
a whisper.
Classic.
I'm gonna actually tuck into my cake now whilst I've still got tea because I'm not gonna want to eat cake when I'm drinking.
The reason I got this is because again I haven't been out much recently, but I was in home base. I had whispers. Yeah, I was like, you can't not buy a whisper if you're in home base.
I suppose they're edging the bet, aren't they?
Yeah. So there we go. Those are the snacks for the night, and let's give this bad boy a go. Nothing.
That's good.
I'm going to try and find that Gandalf the White painting guy for Celeborn. Do you want to sit back and have a tea? I'll jump in the chat.
Yeah.
Marvelous. So we've got lots of people in. Let's just check. All right, it's going to do that thing. Sorry, I'm going to say that I can't. I can only go back to Nick Gardner asking about the Vanquishers. Is that the start? Didn't get to play Vanquishers before they were changed.
Do you want me to go to Nick Gardner?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Let me find where that is. What colour is his little circle?
Green.
Huh?
It's got an N. Green. It's got an N on it.
Does it say there is a joke somewhere?
No, so it didn't even get to play Vanquishers before they were changed.
Wow. Don't even know where that is, mate.
It's before we start, so it's quite early.
N.
It's before we're all there. People are saying evening and that sort of stuff.
Do you know what I can see from Nick Gardner is there's a joke somewhere about Harry making a second video. No.
I think you're going way back to the start of the stream.
I think maybe mine's done the same thing.
All right, well, I'll start from here. I don't think there's going to be anything too much important. But it's people coming in, and Frederick Schultz is saying RIP, combat blasting. Joe Holzman's in, saying good evening. Ashley's in, Dale's in. Matt Davis of Generation Stuff is in. Michael Double, yeah?
That is the first comment.
Oh, there you go. Sorted it. Now, Michael Double, Michael, we've been messaging you. We'll sort out your... Michael's got a weird thing. I don't think I've told you this because I know you had a lot going on. He's joined the patron scheme. Okay. We've had an email about it. But he's not showing up in patron. So I'm trying to figure out what it is, and he's definitely done it. So you're in, Michael. Don't worry. Is it double or double? If you let us know, that would be super. Jill Gorham is in. Frederick Schultz, can't believe the Amazon TV series posted a picture of Harry's hands holding the new FAQ. Amazing. Yeah, more on that. Morgan Morris is in. Josh Crosby is in. He's saying hi during half time. We'll be in properly after United finish. You got another screen going?
It's 1-1 at the moment.
I thought you might have it. Tanya is in. Tanya's in saying long time no see. Michael Curtis in. Anyone feel the need to get a manicure this week for some odd reason? There's a lot of hands about, haven't there? Steve Ginley missed the last stream. Had an early start for tournament next day. Steve Ginley, have you? Steve Ginley, as I live and breathe, I've messaged you on Facebook. You've won a dice. Check your Facebook messages. I'm sure you still haven't replied. You won a dice ages ago, didn't you? Or have we now resolved that? Let me. Yeah, I check your messages. I've messaged you that you've won a dice. Get in touch. Frederick Schultz is in saying, getting very excited about the approach of Piano House, then saying we're late, we were late. Estonian greetings to you all from Destro. Top Table Gaming's in, that's cool. Dan Collister is in. Top Table Gaming says, we will be with you imminently, Steve, which is weird because I would have thought that is Steve. So why is Steve saying that they'll be with you soon, Steve? That's bizarre. George Galloway is in saying, lovely coincidence this week where the stream, there is something I'll be paying anyway. Amazing stuff. Thomas Sherlock is in. Warwick Griggs, Matt Davis, flying into the stream, will you, Steve? Flying into the stream? I think he's saying because you were chatting, saying, will you be flying into the stream there? Fredericks is saying you're using the wrong channel, which you are. Nathan is in. Hawk Jacobson is in. Nick Gardner is pausing the Silmarillion. It was time for the yearly rereading of Tolkien's works. Very nice. Peter Freeburn's in. Dan Maskell is in. Gareth Baller's in. Michael Haskell. Last work call to the U finished. The US finished at 7:30. The weekend starts here. Awoo, and indeed, who? Michael, amen to that. Frederick Schultz says, is Damien still napping? He's not. I did have my nap. I had a strategic nap between about 5 and 6 o'clock today. No repeats of last time. Dwelling Grudgebane is in, and then we start getting Battle Dreams in Middle Earth, Napping Streams in Middle Earth, Battle Naps in Middle Earth. They're all good. Slumber Streams in Middle Earth from Sean Clark. Luke Dre is in saying hello. Hope you're good.
Belated
happy birthday, Luke.
happy birthday. Yeah.
I feel like you had a birthday in the last 2 weeks, possibly. Might have been just before last stream. I can't remember, but I hope you had a good one, man. George Galloway, can my BSIME buddies help me out with something? Should I buy the Mordor Catapult or Shelob and the Siege Bow? You can't just scream yes.
Yes.
It's not a yes.
Yes.
Which one, Steve? Mordor Catapult or Shelob and the Siege Bow? Crow?
Mordor Shelob Bow.
Come on.
Mm.
Oh my
Get
God,
both,
that was
man.
icing. I thought that was
Get
chocolate. That was icing.
It's icing, that, pal. It's icing. Get both, man.
That is rich.
Right, now I need a bottle opener.
Imagine what are the large buttons called giant buttons? The Cadbury's ones. Is that right?
Yeah.
Imagine like that, a button about that big.
Yeah.
You think is going to be like chocolate, and it's actually just thick icing, and it's all gone in one.
I could hardly see your muffin because it's very dark when you held it up, and I knew that was icing. I knew that was icing.
And then you can icing.
There you go, see. Yeah. It's all about the glisten.
I don't want you talking about the glisten on my muffin. I would say, I don't really like the siege bow. So for me, that's Mordor, Catapult, or Shelob. And I think they're both great kits. I really enjoyed it. I've done the Catapult and I really enjoyed it. So I'm going to chuck in a vote for the Catapult. It's cool in the game. It's a lot of fun to use, and it's a wicked kit. Steve?
Shelob is awesome though.
Mm-hmm.
If you've not got it, it's a great model. Looks awesome.
Are you going for Shelob?
Yeah.
There you go. 1-1. Sorry,
Yeah.
can't help.
Yeah.
Nothing. Matt suggested bed and sleep in Middle Earth. And Nathan agrees with you and says yes to join.
Yep.
Gordon Laidlaw says, really, I'm ready for an hour or so of painting, but can't be too late. It's travelling up to Glasgow in the morning for work. Sean is saying, look, we've already decided this year we're going to get them all. And then we got people commenting on the sound. Matt saying the room. Steve very loud. Yeah, sound. Apparently the sound was toilet. Cameron from Paints on a 4-Up is in. Cameron.
Yep.
Massive congrats. Got his model shown off on, what is it, the Twitch stream, the painting stream, the Warhammer community hobby show thing they do with Peachy and Louise. Massive congrats, man. That was awesome. On the off chance you haven't, make sure you go and check out Cameron's channel over on Paints on a 4-Up. Eric Schultz, is Damien a fugitive who's hiding in a building shell? Oh, is that because of this? Yeah. More than 74 people, Steve.
Mental.
Going very well.
Mental.
The song that did it. Remco is in. Hope you have a good Friday evening. Crispin Farbrother is in. Good to see you.
Hey.
Good to have you, sir. Crispin, I've seen. I think he's doing Wild Riders tonight, I believe. Frederick said, this is all your originals and you're killing headphone users. Harjinder was in. Sophie is in. Good to have you in, Sophie. It feels like it's been a while since you've been alive, I think.
Or maybe she's just been one of those lurkers, the lurkers.
Could have been lurking, definitely.
Yeah, could have been.
Sophie Lurkinson. Loads of stuff about your toilet. Michael's very excited about Boys on Toys. Cameron says the louder your voice, the worse the sound quality, which I think that's not anything to do with tonight. That's just Steve. Arjinda had to pack away the painting table because a little hobbit will soon be taken over, getting used to painting on my office desk. I've been there with you, sir. It
happens to us all.
Absolutely the best thing in the world. Fear not. You will paint again. You will see the Shire again. That's when Frederick drops his double elephant in the room bomb. Cameron's like, you sound fit now, mate. Everyone's now very excited. They're like, ooh, yeah, good sound, crisp.
Mike's got LEDs, mate.
LEDs, they help with the sound. Larry says it sounds better, but you can still hear Steve sadly. Dale says incredible sound. Now we can only pray it's someone's birthday. Well, you didn't know what was coming, did you? You just didn't know. And Frederick Shaw says the elephant, I think he's confirming he wasn't calling us massive fat grey monsters.
Yeah.
He says the thing and the other thing, which I presume is the FAQ and a whole bunch of pictures of hands. Joe Achilles says Steve is dark and Damon is bright. Well, indeed.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on lighting today. It's weird. I've not been, like I say, I've not been in here all week, so I've not had a chance to set it. I literally just turned everything on.
Johnny Wright of Rebel Base Gaming joins us, and he says, I can't believe people would make light of this situation. Evening, gents. I'm as well timed as a Harry Parkhill Batman.
It's gonna go down. It's gonna go down in history. This, man.
Oh, it's good. I like it. The T-Spirit just finished Harry Parkhill's anti-vanquishers video. Now, what's all this about an FAQ? Frederick says hashtags solidarity with Harry Parkhill. Larry Miller says technically he posted it a month and 25 minutes before the FAQ dropped.
That's because the date on the FAQ is.
Oh, is the date wrong? Yeah. I'm glad you got that. Otherwise, we would have spent the rest of the stream with Larry trying to explain. Frederick Schultz, hashtag we stand with Harry. Larry Miller, given they don't drop until next month. Sophie says, I don't stand with Harry. I think it's hilarious. That's, you hate to see it at this level. Steve Ginley, thoughts and prayers. Frederick Schultz says, what the this could be the start of the song, I don't know. But we then start getting people saying, what the hell is that? Jesus Christ. Michael Curtis pours out 40 ounces of Agrax in Harry's honour. Love it. Sean Clark, I get the feeling this isn't making it any better for him. That's strange. Laughing from Eric Shirt, Jill Gorham, wish you could have been here to see it. I imagine you'll catch up. Joe Holzman, It's correct in there. It's only the Armies of the Hobbit one that drops next month. The rest of the data correctly. Frederick asks, if we will release that as a single. No, it's a non-profit venture. We're not trying to make money out of that. Harjinder suggests it needs to be clipped and made into its own video. Michael says the singing's improved, so there we go. George says, what an eccentric performance.
All right, Cowell.
An eccentric performance that feels something of a double-handed.
That sounds like he's put his hand up and he's asking you, do you have another song?
Look at this, Steve. This is next level. Nitsu Zenitram 2804. I never comment, but that was beautiful.
Maybe it needs to become a thing, mate.
And that is someone that I don't remember ever reading out before. That's a regular viewer
Nitsu.
who doesn't comment, who was moved to comment by the power of
and to tears.
What would we call it? It's not a statement. Our movement. For Harry. Shadow Flame just tuned in. I think I've made a mistake. Remco says it should be Harry's intro to his videos. Yeah, I think. Nick Gardner, this is the Nick Gardner that you found before. There's a joke somewhere about Harry making a second video and naming it something to do with Gandalf the White. I can't put it together. Indeed, yeah. Michael Curtis, that was literally the most surreal thing I've experienced in the last 2 years, and I'm including COVID. Joe Holzman, something to do with being sent back as his task is unfinished. Maybe that would be good. Yeah, the return of the tactics video. Ashley Fisher says, I'm sure everyone in here knows it, but I only recently found out that the voice of Gothmog was Craig Parker. And it's indeed. I think it's in the he says it in the cast commentary, doesn't he? There's lots of those. Oh. Isn't Andy Serkis is the Witch King as well, isn't he? He doesn't play him, but he's the voice of the Witch King. Michael Haskell, Zagdush for me tonight. He's in. Goroth, who was in the same 4-job pack, was done nearly 2 years ago. Poor Zagdush has been languishing in the undercoat tray ever since. You know what that is, Michael? That is prime Battle Streams of Middle Earth.
Certainly is.
You know what you're doing, don't you, Michael? Get that backlog clear, lad. Larry didn't know that. And then he retracts another message. So who knows what he's saying. I know it's jumped. Where's Addy's in saying even all? Sophie Wilkinson confirmed I'm working the ME SBG GT this year. So I'm looking forward to seeing everyone now.
I've still not got a ticket, but I think I'm going to come down on the Saturday night, I think.
Got a room.
That's the plan.
Harrison dropped out.
That's it.
Irritating.
Oh, I might see if I can get a little sleepover then.
Well, yeah, if you want.
Yeah, I'll see what I can do.
Cool. She says almost everyone. Green Drew's in. Swords and Brushes in. Ciao, everyone. Just tuning in. Oh, you missed quite a lot. Crispin Farber, Steve, well done for losing weight. # proud. Pretty sure we lost a stone. Was it a special stone? Some kind of heirloom or precious, or just some kind of random rock? Just a oh god, it was funny, was it? Just a rune stone.
Mm-hmm.
Are you sad you've lost your stone? Sophie says, Damien Steve, would it be an opportune moment to remind people about the patron meetup? Yes, we could do that. We haven't posted that out. You need to, if you're a patron, you need to register your interest. I wasn't emotionally prepared for this. Just by in the patron chat, I believe there's not a form. There is a form. Is it? Oh god, I don't know. I feel like there's a form.
You know what I mean. I've been off world. Let's put it that way.
I think there's a form. You need to register your interest for the BSIME patron meetup 2022.
Which the meetup 2021 was excelente.
Off the charts. Excellent. Robert Cron, as I live and breathe, is in. He says, I just came to see some hands.
Wrong website, mate.
I got to tell you this is next level stuff. I was dooming Rob the other night. We were having a hobby catch up, and Rob's on the other side of the Atlantic. He used a paint pot. It exploded. I've never seen it before in nature. If he'd have written that to me on Facebook, I was like, yeah, you spilt it. And, you know, you're exaggerating. And I doubt you'll believe me. I watched it happen. He had a paint pot. It exploded. It was a dropper bottle. His palette was like a crime scene. like, you know, that. He was covered in blue. It was on the walls behind him, all over his computer. It blew up. It was like, I've never seen that.
Well,
and then it's like, so every single time for the rest of your life, you open a paint pot,
gonna go.
that might happen.
Yeah.
Be careful, guys. They can blow up. Who knew?
Yeah. Take care out there, folks.
Take care out there. Joe Kelly, guessing it'll be an hour before Steve flies through the chat to read this, and I might be off by then because I'm taking the wife to dinner. Because wait for it, I'm heading out tomorrow for a 2-day tournament. Matt Lewis and Shadow in the East. It's going to be evil. It's an escalation tournament. And Damien, your pal Devil there. Amazing news, Joe.
Nice.
I presume this is this, Joe, like a return to tournaments, I guess, after COVID? Is that the particularly exciting thing there, maybe? But have a great time. I know, Matt.
Can you grab Devin and give him a good squeeze and say that's from us?
I can't believe that was from Damien and Steve. Yeah, give him a squeeze from us.
I'm going to call Jay.
You would do that. Cameron says, I'm trying to find out how to pronounce second names. Can't wait until I finally meet you both so you can both say, yeah, I didn't attempt it, but you're absolutely right. Is that, we haven't mentioned that. How did you do it? I've absolutely, that's really weird. I don't know how to pronounce your second name. As I say, Cameron from Names on the Floor Up. Trixie. Steve says, I can't see the message. Would you mind sending? Might have been my saying. That's weird. All right, I'll try and follow. Steve, can you message me? That's the best way to do it. Send me a Facebook message, and then we'll know. No, not you, Steve.
Oh.
Please, you need to stop sending me Facebook messages. And Michael has made the cardinal sin of explaining how to spell it by just spelling it. How to say it by spelling it. He says double or do. Oh, I see. It's double. And then he's put an accent on the second one. So it's double. It's Michael Double. Although I do enjoy it when people might call me Michael Double. Well, if you like, Michael, we can do that for you. You join the Patreon scheme now.
Release a Christmas song and just send everyone to it.
Michael Double. Heard he's enjoying the thick icing. Luke says, thanks. Was his birthday in between streams? Thanks for the later wishes. Had a banger. Sausages on your birthday. That's to be enjoyed. James Stewart is in. The James Stewart?
Hey, James Stewart.
I can't believe the James Stewart is in. That's surprising on a number of levels. And he says long time lurker, first time commenter. He's been drawn out by the song, you see. Good to have you in, James. Gayson says, hey guys, sorry I'm a bit late. I had a video chat with my sister who's traveling around Colombia. Hey, she's part of the family. Magical. Have you done Encanto?
Yes. About several times a day at the weekend, mate.
It's just, you didn't seem excited.
Did you not see the shoulders?
Family Magical. Oh, no, I was on the other screen,
right.
sorry.
Yeah, the shoulders were going.
I was hoping you were going to say, a great version of the Family Magical, Damien. Something like that. It's good. Yeah, it's good, though. It's good.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Yeah, we don't talk about Bruno. Enjoy. Nathan says, I'm quite a bit behind. Steve's just announced he's lost a stone. Incredibly careless. Myself an hour to finish Guy here, then I have to go to bed. 7th City event tomorrow for GT practice. Very cool. Have fun. Everyone going to that. Tom Marshall, good evening, players. Hey, finally getting back to my hobby mojo and throwing paint on 19 crossbows. I don't know about you, Steve. I would use a brush.
Yeah, I'd use a brush. You don't want to be throwing it on.
No, I mean, I still use a crappy old palette. I don't use a wet palette. Oh, God. I had water on it and I poured it over myself. That'll serve me to be hilarious. But yeah, I certainly would not throw the paint at it. Do you think he takes it out of the pot, or is he just, wanging paint pots at his model?
I hope he's not wanging anything. But there we go.
Yeah, so that's just up to you. Everyone paints a different way, but that would certainly be my tip. Joe Holzman, I think Andy Serkis has voiced the Witch King Fellowship. Someone else did it in Return of the King. I'm sure he's the Witch King in Return of the King because he, like Gollum. I'm sure it's on the commentary. Gollum says it as a fact. He goes, "No, that was Andy Serkis." No, it wasn't. I'm sure he does. Cast commentary for you on the Witch King. Sophie Wilkinson for the meetup. There is a form. I told you there's a form, and she's going to repaste it in the chat, and then we will send it. email for people such as, there's many more, but people like Joe Achille who aren't in the Facebook chat. I'm saying that as an example. I'm pretty sure Joe's not going to be making the track over for it, but just in case
he addresses that in a moment.
Was he really?
Yeah.
If you're reading ahead, why don't you read it all?
Just saying. I'm not so well this week.
Larry says he's never had one blow up, but he once opened a bottle of Nechlac oxide. Suddenly remembered he'd forgotten to shake it.
Oh, I've done that. I've done that.
I've never done that. I've
Yeah,
never quite managed that one. That's good.
Yeah,
That's solid disaster right there.
I've never done it like with a lid fully open. It'll be like I'll pop the lid, and I'll be in the middle of doing, when you're in the middle of doing like 3 or 4 things on your desk, and then you forget you've popped the lid and you got to shake it, and paint goes over. Oh, damn it! Yeah,
absolutely disaster.
Terrible.
And so Joe does then say, "Have you set a date for the US Patreon meetup? Hope flights still aren't priced. It'll be at Nova, right? We'll have to get to a Nova one year. I was really pleased to see Nova's happening again, right? It's going on. It's happening this year, which is very, very cool. Barry, I watched that a few days ago, which was pretty good. What do you think that was?
Encanto.
Oh, Encanto. Yeah, it's very good. Yeah. Should I hug Devon and tell him you said, or just hug him and say nothing? That might be awkward. Well, definitely try and make it awkward, but I think you need to know that it's come from us.
Yeah.
Maybe lean into him, hug him for a while,
sing happy birthday,
and then just whisper in his ear that was from Damien and Steve.
Yeah.
That might be the way to do it. I think that's the way. Joe Holzman, I've watched Encanto approximately 8 times in the last fortnight. It keeps getting requested at after school club. I imagine it would. Marcus Bader, is it? Bader, potentially. He was the winner of our Kamal, kindly donated by Sophie and Dan. He won that. It's been shipped off to him. Joe Holzman got turned off for singing along today. Apparently I was singing his parts. Yeah, Charlotte's very much like that. We have specific parts that you've got to sing. I'm Maribel in What Else Can I Do? I have to do that. Bring it in. Free hugs, bring it in. Good talk, bring it in. She's very much Isabella. Team Spirit, I'm hosting a local league event tomorrow. We're trialling Longshanks that was used at Scarron by Sea. It's an amazing life hack for TO, and you barely have to leave a finger now.
Yep. Don't have to be there. Set a day off.
And Larry says, Steve, stop working out what I'm talking about before Damien gets confused. Larry suggested Joe that they should whisper Damien and Steve send the regards while hugging him and then stab him in the belly. And Joe suggests I'll linger a bit and see what happens. Yeah, lingering on a hug far more than you should is always a good way to upset someone. Steve, I've flown through the chat as ever, mate. I don't know why you struggle with
that. You've done an amazing job. I was in awe. I was in awe watching. So we do have a few things to cover this evening. One of them, as we have mentioned, being the FAQ. Do we want to touch on the actual FAQ, Damien? Do we want to talk about it, or
not really? I don't really care about it.
Yeah, fair dude.
Yeah, if you want, I think it's good. I think
it's all positive stuff, right? It's all positive stuff. Got to have Gandalf.
Changes are great.
Yeah, got to have Gandalf the Grey. I've read.
You have to have Gandalf, Saruman, and Galadriel now. So it means you have to have Gandalf before you take Elrond or Radagast, which is good.
Yeah.
And they now can't cast the vicious spells in combat. You can't cast Sorcerer's Blast, Nature's Wrath, and Wrath of Brunin in combat. And those 2 changes transform the Vanquishers and Necromancer from a horribly unpleasant, fiercely competitive army into a very competitive army that your opponent will enjoy playing against.
Yeah.
The thing I wanted was to say just you can't cast in combat, and what they've done is say you can't cast the horrible things in combat. I think that's a really good compromise.
Yeah,
they'll still be able to push you in combat. They'll still be able to immobilize you in combat, but when you win priority and you charge them, you'll have a chance of killing them, as opposed to being just knocked off your feet. It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And then Lady of Light has been dropped down to Fortitude, so you can't just chuck her into every Yellow Alliance.
Yeah.
You've seen her dropped into a lot, which is a big change. Should need another member of the White Council with her, so you're probably not going to see that happen. Those feel like big changes. Dragon Knights can now lead Dragon Knight Acolytes, which a lot of people are excited about, happy about to have that kind of progression. But yeah, those are the. I think certainly the change to the Vanquishers were very much
welcomed.
The big news, as it were.
Yeah. I'm gonna flip the screen, Damien.
What?
We'll jump on the next elephant. Should we get that out of the way now? Because I think that's going to be set the tone for a lot of the chat this evening. If that's all right with you, or do you want to hold on to it, or what do you want?
No, what are you talking about? You're talking about hands.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. Why not?
So you'll see it on your screen in a moment. I have got up. There is a lot of images to go through.
Why don't you take us through them, and I'll paint Cannibal.
Well, we'll go through it. So I was actually, where was I yesterday? I was in work yesterday, and I seen a post from the beautiful Mr. Edward Ball posted up. His post was the first I'd seen of it, of the armoured hand.
He is beautiful, isn't he?
Yeah,
he is beautiful.
And then when I clicked on it and went to the actual Facebook post on the Amazon page, I was flicking through. I was just like, how many is there? And there's lots.
23, Stephen. 23.
Do you have an inkling to who these people are, or is it all?
I've got a couple of guesses, but I don't know for sure by any means. I'd certainly.
I mean, is there any? For instance, if you look at the screen now.
Yeah,
we have the
Gil-galad.
It's a lady in a red dress holding a book.
Gil-galady.
The emblem on the book is that.
Sorry, am I getting nothing for Gil-galady?
No. Is that? What is that? Is that waves? Is that a dragon head at the top?
I'm not playing. If you're not going to give me Gil-galady. Didn't give a crap about you or your series. Stupid segment.
Where are we with this? Where are we? What do you guys think? I'd be interested to see what everyone thinks.
Probably an elf, right? Elf woman.
I'd say so. Yeah, I'd say so.
Although, isn't I believe one of the things that some of the people, I won't say whether I agree with the people or not.
The people.
Some of the people are angry about. I believe they've created a sister for Isildur. So. I wonder if that could be Isildur's sister. A sister. They're all good, Steve.
A sister.
That's probably why they've done it, right? Imagine if
people,
had a sister.
People just.
And we could call her a sister.
A sister. Yeah, I mean. A lot of them mean nothing to me. I just looked at them for the prettiness that a lot of them are. I'll flick now to the next one. So the next one is another dress with hands holding a flower. A lot of gold ringlets on the dress.
I can't see it yet. I think I know the one you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't know. Could be another elf. Could be.
I'd probably go elf with that one.
Do you know what these have made me think? And sorry for jumping around a bit. What you really don't know, and I hadn't even considered before this stuff dropped. We might be seeing the ring wraiths as humans, and so you might be seeing complete other realms. Like if you start thinking, we really have no idea about what the narrative of the series should be or could be. So you don't know if it's going to be following one set of characters or if it's going to be this kind of anthology thing, like Game of Thrones, where it jumps across the sea to Dany. You might be having all this sort of thing, in which case so many of these could be characters that we've never heard of. And if they do that, I quite like the idea that you don't know they become ring wraiths or something. There's just a bunch of characters. I was thinking the other day, you could see, I don't know if they'll do this, but you could have Sauron in it without knowing he's Sauron. There could be it could be one of those things where they have a whole bunch of people in it and you don't know which one is, he went under Anatar, didn't he? But as long as they're not using that name, they might play with it for a while, that you don't know which character's Sauron or something.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, that's quite fun. So she could be anything, but I'm gonna go for Isildur's sister called a sister.
The next one is, I think this is definitely men. It's like blue robes, very regal. 2 rings.
This is Gilgalad, isn't it? I think. Is this the? It's not come up on mine. Is this the blue? He's wearing a lot of blue or purple.
It's like a royal blue.
I think that's Gilgalad. He's got a sapphire ring, which is what Gilgalad has.
Is it?
I think so.
Okay.
That'd be my bet.
There's a few online. It says could be Gilgalad. He did use 2 rings in the last alliance.
Okay.
Next one
is that's how he let Elrond know he's ready to pick him up. He gave him 2 rings.
Give me 2 rings when you're on.
Do you remember that? There's a whole generation of people that would never done that because of like text messages and stuff.
Yeah.
They used to be when you used to pay per phone call.
Give me 2 rings when you get home.
Yeah, you'd get home and you'd ring the phone and let it ring twice, but no one would pick up because it would charge you money. But you would have told someone that you were home safe. Just give me 2 rings.
And then the next one is the horse hilt on the sword.
Yes, this is fun, isn't it? Because this is how I was going like Rohan, and Rohan doesn't remotely exist.
No. Where you're obviously far more knowledgeable on the lore. Where around this time, Eol the Young, where was he? Was he even born?
The realm's called Calanadhorn, isn't it? But I'm not sure. I'm not even sure when Calanadhorn is formed.
Ravanian.
There'd certainly be. I believe the ancestors of the Rohirrim would have been around. The fact that you've got the bloody white horse there, they know what they're doing with these things, don't they? They know what they're. They know what they're.
And it's almost identical to the way the horse's head sits.
Yeah.
On a lot of the imagery that we already know and love. So
because the thing is, don't forget, they, not to make people angry, but Rohan might be around. Yeah. Amazon might have decided, what?
We like that. That's cool.
We like Rohan. We'll have
or it could just be a massive thing where they're saying whoever this person is, is somewhere in what was the beginnings of Rohan, and sticking that.
I think
horse
it's
head
saying
in
like
there.
it'll be the ancestors of Rohan. It'll be in the same geographical location. It'll be the the Rohirrim, the Rohan connection, I guess.
Yeah, looks cool though. I like the armor.
Maybe it'll be a King of Men as well. The thing that always broke my needle with the 9.
No ring on that one though.
No ring, but the 9 ring race, the Kings of Men. You never know. I think there's a mention of a couple of them being like Black Numenorians, but when were there 9 kings? It's like were they not the same realm? 9 generations of king. Here's a ring. Next one. Here's a ring. Here's a ring. Or are these meant to be 9 kings from completely different places? They might be taking artistic license and having like the king of Rovanian at that time or something.
Yeah.
Getting a ring, and that's why I started thinking maybe we're going to see like these people be given the rings, given the title of it, and be corrupted, and actually maybe there'll be ring race in it that like are characters.
Who knows? Next image is a silvery grey robe with orange sleeves. Looks like a red cloak behind. And a brown belt, so it looks I'm assuming that is going to be from the Kingdom of Men. It looks that way. It's not plain, but it's not extravagant enough to be elven, I'd say.
I would say so.
Looks
like a kid. There's a few kids in it. I don't know. There's a few young'uns in it, and that looks quite young to me.
The hands don't. No.
You don't think the hands look young?
No. Look at the thumb.
Boy, that's an old thumb you've got there.
That's an electrician's thumb, that, mate.
You think this is an electrician?
Oh, now we're getting excited. So now we've got.
I think you got pretty excited when you decided one was an electrician.
Yeah. So now we've got like a pretty extravagant sword hilt. Dark clothing with looks like fur around the neck, and it looks that the pommel to the sword.
It's broken, isn't it? The sword's broken.
The pummel to the sword looks very much like the Witch. Is it the Witch King's that's got a pummel like that?
A bit like that.
Yeah, with the spiky bits on.
But that sword is broke. Like people have been saying Narsil, but do you think Weta are involved? That's the other thing. Did you see Weta put a post up? They shared them saying something like "looking forward to the next chapter," and everyone lost their shit, and they're like, "Oh my god, Weta are involved. Weta are involved." But all of their replies, they don't confirm they're involved. They all kind of say stuff like, "We'll have to wait and see what's next," and maybe they are, but they're not. It's very much kind of. It could be a post about Weta liking Lord of the Rings and being excited for this.
Yeah.
As opposed to confirmation, and it's very, very. If it is Narsil, it's very, very different to Narsil.
I mean, it's got that kind of emblem that's carved into it as well. It looks, I don't know. It looks like it could be sort of orcish.
Yeah, it could be. It looks a bit evil, doesn't it? Certainly.
Yeah.
I think it could be Bard holding it. You can tell it's Bard because he's wearing his brown coat.
Yeah, and the fur.
Yeah.
Boots with the fur. So, next one is it's going to be a wood elf, is it? It's very, very. The costume's going to be awesome. Holding a arrow, ring on the thumb, and the fabric or the what's it called? What you wear around the bodice. It kind of looks like it's made from bark.
They're gonna love that. They're gonna fucking love that.
Excuse me.
Thank you. She's done it again. Did you see that? Were you watching that?
Did you jump?
She's crept in on me again and dropped a beer behind me. It's the sequel.
Yeah, it looks cool. I like that. It's like carved wooden armor, isn't it?
Yeah, it does look quite Elvish.
Yeah.
I think you don't know. You barely know any of the characters. I think it's like
no. But we'll be talking about this right the way up until September, won't we? And then the next one is when I seen this one, I couldn't get it out of my head. Have you seen the Green Knight, the film?
I haven't watched the film. No, I wanted to.
It's an odd film. It's very odd. But it's worth a watch. And this just like screams out the Green Knight to me. It's like green with very light. It actually looks like when you go close up, it looks like those. That again looks like the armor could be made out of wood. Is that a grain or are they scratches? But a very, very extravagant sword.
I see what you mean. I was just playing like, is that Gilgalad a lot? I think that could be a Isildur. I think that looks like regal man. That could be a Lendil or a Isildur, I reckon.
A Lendil. I'd probably go a Lendil. Does the pattern of the blazing sun on the pommel mean anything to you? It's on the blade as well.
He likes the beach. I'm not up on my House of Numenor iconography, tragically. I can only apologize. I failed you all.
Terrible.
I didn't know we were doing this. You've dropped this on me. I put it on research.
And then the next one looks kind of peasantish. It's got a scythe.
It's a bit of a brutal put down from Steve. I think you'll find this one is peasantish. What if that's a sister?
It is, isn't it? It is, isn't it? It's like a farmhand. It's like a blue.
Yeah, there's a few of these, right?
Not the best fabric, it's a very coarse fabric, and then it's a wildly stitched leather overcoat, looks like, and then a scythe. Hands look like they do a bit of work. Definitely a labourer.
Definitely an electrician.
Definitely a plumber's labourer.
That's a woman, though, right?
I'd say that's a woman. Yeah.
But we don't. I mean, what is it? Just generic peasant? We don't know who's going to win it. It could be a hobbit, right?
Could be. Could be.
Too fancy cloth to be a hobbit.
Don't know. The next one is very Snow White-esque. It's a pair of old, looks like female hands, bit dirty, holding an apple.
Straight out of Snow White. Yeah.
Poison apple.
Yeah, nothing else with apples. I'm waiting for that to come up. I don't even know where to start with Celeborn. I'm thinking of going dark green with one of his robes and kind of going up to it.
I like to think Celeborn is very pastel-y colours.
Yeah, I mean, you won't end up dark green, obviously, but I'm going to paint. I don't know. See what happens.
Next one is another female, and she's kind of.
Sorry, what do you think about the apple? What with the apple one?
I've not got a clue, mate. Totally honest. The Snow White is where I went, mate. That tells you everything you need to know about my thoughts on that.
I think that looks a bit creepy. It's a bit kind of Radagast-y, isn't it?
They
kind
look
of hermit in the woods or something.
They look like female hands to me.
Is there a lady pun around Radagast we could do? Lady Gast.
They're getting worse.
So yeah, on to the other one. Is she pregnant?
I was going to say, it looks like she could be holding a tummy and she's pregnant.
I think this might be a half-foot. This could be Captain. I can't remember which one it is. Captain or Captain Hey from Swashbuckle, because she's black, right?
No, looks Caucasian.
You think?
Yeah.
It's hard to tell on some of these images, isn't it? Where you look kind of like
because they've colour graded them.
Yeah. I thought that might be Captain Hey and could be one of the half-foots. So that looks Hobbit-y to me.
You reckon?
I think so.
Yeah, could be. Clothing would fit, I reckon.
And my guess was that she'd be, I don't know, married to with Lenny Henry.
Possibly. Next one, very grand, and he's holding a scroll of some sort.
I'm just gonna jump in the chat. Sean Clark's smashed it. Radalas.
Raddle. Yeah, I'm assuming this is that Elven script on that scroll. It looks like it is. It's like a deep red with lots of gold.
Oh yeah, that was cool. So you think he's an elf? Because Celebrimbor might be in here, right? Celebrimbor.
Elrond
could be one of them. Could be Elrond.
Could be. Means business. He's got a scroll, mate. He's got a scroll. And then we've got the next one is just like a hand coming out of a cloak holding, which I'm assuming is the handle of a sword, which on the pommel has got like some sort of fortress stroke castle. That kind of, it's got like winged parts on it. It could be anything to do with fiefdoms,
that's very cool, yeah.
Fiefdoms or something like that.
I would have thought it's from Numenor.
Gondor.
I don't think the fiefdoms will be around. The cities you're thinking of there won't be around at that period.
I must say that
might be Valinor or something.
I'm impressed with the details on some of these things that we will probably never see close up when we watch the series.
They're also doing. They know what they're doing, right? They're giving you this stuff to go, right, there you go, put that on a live stream and agonise over what that means for 4 hours, you know?
Yeah. Is it a sword? Or could that be a staff?
Oh, that could be the sceptre, right? The sceptre of Numinous, is it? Like the kind of sign of, a lot of this stuff, I'm not prepared for this. I'm making this up from my dim and dusty memories, but the kind of sign of the kings.
That hand could be female as well. The fingers are very slender, aren't they?
Oh, look at that thumb. The thumb of the electrician.
And the next one is a fella holding some rope. He also has a ring. This I would say is
that's the other thing. But all the ones holding rings, right? You're looking at them, going, "That's one of the rings. That must be one of the rings," as opposed to just a ring.
I mean, rope. What was that? Everything. I reckon that these are very carefully planned images, and I think a lot of the stuff that's in them will signify something.
There's a lot of these potential peasants, right? You know, we've got the kind of scythe one, and I wonder again if there's going to be like a kind of set of normal characters who somehow tell the story. Do you know, like a frame narration type thing of like, you know, these down to earth characters who aren't the characters that you know and love, and somehow they get wrapped up in the story somehow, or even they're just telling. Maybe it's recounted as a series of tales, a bit like the Silmarillion. So it's normal people kind of telling these stories, and that's how they're able to jump around the different time periods and the different realms and that sort of stuff. And you have these kind of your kind of core cast of storytellers almost.
Yeah.
Because he just looks like a ship hand to me.
Yeah, something to do with ships, right? I was trying to make out what's on the ring, but
I agree. Yeah, why are we saying that? It's just a man with a rope. Must work on a ship. It's the only place you'd have one.
Okay, next one.
That man's never been near a ship. Look at his hands. Never been near a ship.
The next one's the cool one. Are we assuming that's Sauron?
Oh, is this the Sauron looking one?
Yeah.
Oh, I think Sauron's too obvious. I think you might get a prologue of Morgoth. So I think it could be Morgoth. I don't think if Sauron appears in this series, which he probably will, I don't think he'll look anything like that. I think he's gonna.
But the thing is though, think about this: that we're seeing a hand on a sword, and we're kind of, our brains are building the Sauron we know in the armor around that. Yeah. That could just be Sauron in like normal man form, just in armor.
Yeah, could be.
It might not be a massive. It might not be a massive.
That's Anatar coming to the earth. Hello, I'm Anatar. I'm a goodie. A bit spiky for a goodie. What's that sword about?
This is the new thing, man. This
seen our swords? They don't look like that.
It was this or rope, he'll say.
I've come from my ship. It could be a wraith. It could be like the Witch King or something.
That's cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's so tough because I remember doing this sort of thing for The Hobbit when it came out and the first things, but you're like, you just don't have a clue that even the way the story is going to be told. So trying to even if we knew all the names of the characters, you wouldn't be able to do it. Let alone you don't know how the tale is going to be told. So it's quite hard to do it. It's fun though.
Yeah. I think, is that the last one? Oh no, there's more. There's more. So it looks like another. You don't like me using the word peasant, do you?
I don't think the peasants like using the word peasant.
This is she's holding what looks like extra large raspberries.
Or she has small hands. And she's a hobbit.
She's a hobbit, and then normal size.
or Steve. I don't know if you've ever come across these in your life. Could be a child.
Could be. Tough paper around though. It's got a lot of wrinkles on her hands. Yeah, it could be a hobbit.
You let me know when you think one of them's a kid.
It could be a hobbit actually, because the rope around the bag looks like oversized.
Yeah, that looks hobbity to me.
Yeah. I think you could be right there. I'll give you that one.
Thanks.
I'll give you that. Okay. And then we've got this. It kind of looks like it's got robes, but then the inner robe, the beige inner robe, is really dirty.
You say the Beijing robe?
Beige, the beige inner robe.
Oh, the
Beijing
like
robe.
Winter Olympics detail.
But they're holding what looks like could be a map, and then
this is cool.
And then they've got a ring on a chain around the neck.
See, this is one, this is just literally people seeing this going, is that Lenny Henry? You know, because he's black. Do you know what I mean? They're like going, we know about Lenny Henry. There was a lot of talk on here that this isn't the Elvish script. It's not a script that anyone recognises. So is this a character from, again, is this from Harad or
Yeah,
or
they're
from
more
the East
they're more
somewhere?
symbols, aren't they? That's more
Yeah.
symbols than, because you can see that there's trees, hills, the sun. I can't make out what the other things are.
Oh, you mean in within the script?
Yeah, it's like upside down, isn't it?
It's kind of Cyrillic, isn't it? Like it's more that, which I think, yeah. But this is what got me really excited seeing these going. Well, they, you don't know. It could just be a bod from like Lake Town. They did some really cool kind of multicultural stuff in Lake Town in The Hobbit, didn't they?
Yeah.
In terms of where they got their influences from, but this just made me think. Well, maybe we're going to see just a far wider gamut of stories.
Yeah.
Don't know.
That's cool.
Mm.
And then another one is there is a few, because there's a few that we've not seen yet. It's gold everywhere, lots of gold rings. Yeah.
Is this the one with all the triangles?
Triangles? No. It's just gold robes with gold rings.
And gold in his hand, right?
No.
I'll wait till it comes up. Obviously, I'm wrong. Oh, this one. I don't think I'd really seen that one.
Yeah.
There's a lot of gold there.
Lots of gold. That much gold tells me it would be a king of men, because they have to show off, don't they?
Yeah. I think we're seeing, the more I look at these, I think you're seeing the 9 Nazgul as men, I reckon.
Mm. Maybe. And then we've got what looks like another worker, a farmhand. He's got some sort of
electrician.
I don't know what that is. No, he's a ground worker. Very dirty hands. Not much to see there. Next one is,
that one hasn't popped up for me, so I don't know which one is.
So the next one is a lady holding acorns, and the acorns are huge. So I'm assuming that's a hobbit off your reckoning.
That one before though, that's a weird looking thing he's holding, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be some sort of farm tool, I reckon, for turning this soil. I reckon that is. And then are we going hobbit for this one, holding the acorns?
Childlike hands.
The hobbits, the acorns are huge, aren't they? They're massive.
Yeah, hobbit. Must be hobbit.
So we'll go with hobbit for that one. And then we've got what looks like elvish armour and a very elaborate, slender dagger with pearls in it. Really nice mail around the wrist. But that looks like a female hand to me. Are we thinking Galadriel?
It hasn't come up to me yet. Oh yeah, this is cool. Yeah, I agree. It's not so much the hand for me. It's the armor. The armor looks female to me.
Yeah.
So I think that could be Galadriel, and that this could be the trees, right? The sword could be Laralin and Telperion.
Yeah, the contrasting.
This could be a sword about the two trees.
Mm.
So I reckon that feels like Galadriel to me.
Yeah. I think that's probably our safest bet of all our guesses.
Absolutely going to be wrong.
And then we've got what looks like someone who likes gold a lot and has had their fingers in the cookie jar.
Yeah, this is the one I thought you were talking about earlier. He looks a bit like
triangles. Right? Yeah,
he's got the Triforce. He's got the Zelda Triforce.
Mm. What
again, he looked. I don't know.
I mean, we're saying he.
Oh, do you know what the other thing with this is? I actually thought, and I think this is wrong now, but when I first saw that, I think on a phone from a distance, I thought this was a dwarf because I thought that was a beard.
Well, if you look at the jewels, as you're looking at the picture, the jewels on the left,
mm-hmm.
They're square. See how they got the square ones?
Yeah.
And then the ones on the 3 brown jewels underneath. They're not like ovals. They are like straight edged, which is very dwarvish because everything's.
It was more just that I thought they were like that was like the kind of Thrall's beard decoration, and then you can sort of see it goes on. And I think I'm wrong. I think that is robes now.
Yeah.
But if that was stylized with a kind of cinematic filter, like on top of it, it might. It could be a dwarf. Why's he got paint on his hands though?
Yeah. Isn't there another one what's got paint on his hands?
Yeah, there's two of them.
Let's have a
Dirty.
Look. Oh yeah, here's the other one. And now this one is a dwarf with gold paint on the hands. So I reckon. Yeah, I reckon.
I think I might be onto something there. Do you reckon that's?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. And the ring on that dwarf, the main ring you can see. If you look at it for long enough, it's kind of like a skull. 2 eyes at the top.
Oh, which one? The second dwarf.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you mean. Anyway, you're wearing a mattock. And one of the nerdiest men I know in the world, Mr. Adam Choke, translated the runes. And what did he say? It means something like the sleepers will awake or awake from sleep.
Oh.
So he thinks that's a reference to the dwarfs waking up after they were put to sleep. When Owly was like, "Oh, I made some secret dwarfs. Can I have them?" And Arrow went, "No, hit him with a hammer." And he went, "Oh, all right." He went, "Oh no, hang on, I was joking. Great to hear you would hit them with a hammer. Have them wake up, but after my people, all right? Elves first, then whatever this is. After your people, after my people. All right, thanks. That's a compromise." Which is pretty much how the dwarfs are born. So I think there's a reference there. Adam massively geeked out over that one.
Yeah, so it is very interesting. Nice. The armor. There's a lot of similarities in some of the armor and the imagery to what we already know, but it's different enough to be fresh. And that's it. That's all of them. So
just on this one, I've just seen this pop up because God knows we won't get it later. Larry's just said, "Are you sure it's not a reference to Snow White?" I don't know what is that. What is? Oh, the dwarfs. Is that the waking up dwarfs?
So I'm going to jump in the chat and see what
everyone do though. Just as we've got them all there. Steve, I think importantly, what do you think?
Honestly, I mean, I've said the same thing from the beginning. I'm super excited, and seeing these images got me. I was like, what? Because it's been so secretive up to this point.
Yeah, it's starting, isn't it?
And then we got the
starting.
Yeah, then we got the intro trailer thing. Now we got these, which no one expected, and there's a lot of talk about possibly a trailer coming for the Super Bowl, which will just be freaking awesome. Yeah, I mean, I'm super excited. What about you?
Well, I saw him and loved him instantly. Sort of, geeked out over him. Was like, "Oh, these are cool." But I've been really busy, so I haven't been down the rabbit hole fully with him in the kind of reading all the internet theories and everything. But I've been saying since it started, I've been positive about it, and I've always been saying I'm cautiously optimistic. I'm looking forward to this, and I think it's going to be cool. I am going to upgrade my status to excited. Yeah. This got me. I looked at this going, this is cool. And I don't know, something happened inside me. I was like, no, do you know what? I am excited.
Yeah.
Whatever my head might be thinking, what I actually am is excited now. Seeing those designs and thinking there's going to be a Lord of the Rings TV show dealing in some way with these stories. I was like, that's exciting. That's cool.
Yeah, I'm excited. I think we've sort of almost had a very similar outlook since it was announced. I'm excited for the fact that we are going to be getting a number of series, which is many, many hours of being transported back to Middle Earth. Whether it's the Middle Earth that we associate with currently or not, it's not. I wouldn't say it's irrelevant. I'm just glad that we're getting to explore it more.
Yeah, totally.
And everything that I've seen thus far, and I know it's not been a lot, but everything that I've seen thus far has just reinforced my confidence in that I'm going to enjoy it.
Yeah.
These images, there's nothing in any of those images that have made me gone, oh, do you know what I mean? They all look Middle Earthy to me.
Oh, definitely.
Every one of them. I think
one of the people, everyone's going to feel differently out there. You're right to it, but someone like these look like Game of Thrones. It's like, irrelevant of what you think of the end of Game of Thrones. Like, Game of Thrones was a spectacularly good fantasy TV series. It's like, that's all right, isn't it? It's like, oh no, they look like the last hugely successful, well-funded fantasy TV series. Oh no. Why do they look like Winnie the Pooh?
No matter what they do, there are going to be voices on the internet which are very loud, which are going to try and tear it apart. There always is. There was for the Lord of the Rings movies, there was for the Hobbit movies, there still is. Which is fine. Everyone's entitled to their opinion, but it's just sometimes people are so like set in the fact that they've already made their mind up that they're going to hate them, that even if they watch them and there's a little voice inside them saying, "Do you know what? Actually, I thought that was all right." Like they won't admit that. They could never ever admit that, and I find that really frustrating.
I think we said this last time, that there are some people who already hate it and will never ever like it, whatever's in it, because they've decided that what they've done, there's not enough there, and it's too much fan fiction, and you shouldn't have like black characters in these roles, and you shouldn't make up sisters for characters that didn't have them, and all that sort of stuff. And they've already decided that. There'll also be a bunch of people who are excited about it and then don't like it, they don't enjoy it. That's fine. And then I'm probably in the mega fanboy category, where it's like, I love Middle Earth, I'll probably like it, whatever's in it, and enjoy it. And if I don't particularly enjoy it, I won't be angry about it. And then there'll probably be some people who aren't looking forward to it and do like it, and such is life.
It's going to be super exciting.
You gotta give it a chance. You gotta give it a chance.
I'm just going to flick on to just setting things up for later on in the stream.
There could definitely be a trailer before our next stream. Actually, while Steve's busy and I've just said those words, I've got some crazy good news for you guys. This is our fortnightly stream. You wouldn't believe it. Do you know when the next stream is?
Tell them, Damien.
It's only next week.
It's only next week, mate. It's only next week.
It's only bloody next week. Can you Adam and Eve it? We're at one of those points where our fortnightly schedule is disrupted by, in this case, it's not actually the GT, it's the SBG photo shoot. So as ever, we stick to our guns that I believe we haven't missed a stream. Larry stopped typing Christmas Day. And so we bring it forward or back. So we are bringing this one forward. So you'll have a stream next week, next Friday. And then there'll be there'll be a 1 week gap, and then there'll be a 3 week gap until the next one. So this one's in the right place. The one in 2 streams time will be in the right place, but next week is brought 1 week earlier, which will hopefully be quite cool. The theme of this one, of course, we did go through both from last time, but it is the Army of Gothmog, because when we have a look through the magazine, it is about the attack on Osgiliath. And the other cool thing about bringing that one forward is the theme we decided for the next one was the Rangers of Athelian Legion. So it's the good guys in that conflict. So those 2 streams that are thematically joined are going to be a week apart, which will be pretty cool. So for all those people who are champing at the bit for more battle streams and hate waiting 2 weeks, good news, we will be seeing you next Friday night. On the other hand, you then have to wait 3 weeks. Sorry. But that's what I was going to say. The thing that got me into that was, I reckon we might have got a trailer before the next stream if it was when it normally was. So I don't think we'll get a trailer before next week, but I think we'll get a trailer within 2 weeks.
When's the Super Bowl?
It's about 10 days away, I believe.
Ah, right.
And I'm feeling that as a kind of, if you think about the way that they're releasing stuff, they're showing you the title, they're showing you the posters. Finally, you're getting that stuff. That first trailer can't be far off, and the Super Bowl is where you put the trailers.
Yeah, this is true. Sorry, I was just in the middle of something then.
All right, Stephen.
Right, okay. So, shall I jump back in the chat?
Yeah, do. See what the nerds think about it, man.
Where were we up to? Tom Marshall. Blast my literary faux pas. I do use a brush in the correct way 99% of the time. Though Berserkers are next, and they need some blood effects pouring on.
Chuck it on. Chuck it on.
Chuck it on, mate.
Chuck it on, lad.
Let me make this. Oh, you Rotter.
What?
No, that's fine. Oh, God. Oh, there we go. Found it. Can you take Galadriel without the other mandated council members, says Dwellin in yellow?
If you mean as a yellow alliance, then yes, because you wouldn't be taking her from the Legion. You'd be taking her from the normal army list. So you would be allying in Lady of Light, White, from the White Council army list, who is now Fortitude. So you would have to take you wouldn't have to take Saruman and Gandalf, but you could take Galadriel, but you'd need a hero of valor from that list. That sound right to you?
I'll go with it. I'll allow it. Joe Holzman says Gilgalas.
Good, yeah.
And Tom Marshall says looks Rohirric to me. That's about the horse emblem. Emblem at the top. Steve Ginley says, no, you need hero of valor for Yellow Alliance Dwelling.
Yeah, but I think what he means when he says, can you take her without the other mandated council members, is that in the White Council Legion, you need Saruman, Galadriel, and Gandalf. So I think he's saying, can you ally Lady of Light into an army without Gandalf or Saruman?
Yeah.
I think. And the answer to that would be yes, but you'd need another one who's Valor, which I don't know him off the top of my head. Is Elrond Valor in that list, I guess?
I don't know. I've never really looked at the list that much. It's not the kind of list that interests me to play. So I've not really looked at it in depth. So as Brushy says, super excited for later on this year. Aren't we all, buddy? Aren't we all? Frederick says Eothed's sword was in one of them. Is that how you say that? Eothed? Eothed.
Sword was in what?
The Eothed sword was in one of them, and that must have been before we got to it. Joe says to Tom, Rohan shouldn't exist at that time, though. Good point.
And Rohan doesn't exist, but
yeah,
the ancestors of it can.
Maybe their predecessors. How many posters? How many rings? I didn't count them. Maybe someone can have a look.
Doesn't work, does it? Because there's 20 rings and there's 23 posters and loads of them are Steve's electricians.
Massive acorn one gives me hope for skin changes, says Nathan.
That's quite cool.
Hajinda says, damn, that would be pretty epic if they hid some of the characters and we find out later down that line, especially the Sauron or the
Yeah, I think it would be good. Because they definitely haven't announced Sauron, and they haven't announced Anatar. And it doesn't mean they won't do it in the years to come. But you could have lots of pretty smug-looking elves walking around, or elvish characters, or.
I mean, they look pretty smug anyway, don't they? Let's be honest.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah. I know. Just a thought.
Rob Cron says Ravanian.
That's where the ancestors of the Rohan would be.
Yeah. The Horse Lord Pommel could be Eorl, says Nick Gardner. Wait, no, Eorl is Third Age.
Eorl's way later.
Eorl was much later after Angmar fell, I believe, says Frederick. Theoden is like 13th king, so Rohan is still Third Age.
Yeah, Rohan's one of those things that feels old, but Rohan's only 500 years old or something like that. It's not an old kingdom.
Will probably be early Eothed in Ravanian, says Frederick. Hajinda says, of course we're getting Rohan. It's so GW can drop Rohan Legendary Legion in Numenor War supplement. Frederick says, lol, MSGare 2.0.
Oh, for God's sake, there it is.
Watch out, says Remco. Saw it, very funny, says Frederick. Josh Bryant says, Steve, you either mean doublet or breastplate. Bodice is for women. Well, I know a few blokes who would disagree with you there, Josh.
Depends what you're wearing. Depends your reasons a lot. Yeah.
Praise the sun, says GFHFHFHG.
It's obviously about the sun emblem.
Sun and moon, Elendil's sons, says Dwelling.
Could be.
The armor.
We didn't actually suggest Celebrimbor in there after all that.
Yeah.
The one with the metal and the elvish sword, who's not the Galadriel one, I think is a good shout for Celebrimbor, because Celebrimbor must be in there, and he must be in season 1.
Yeah.
So he's got to be one of them, and he's got to be a kind of badass looking elf, I reckon.
Yeah. Josh Bryant says the armor on the guy in green is definitely metal. Josh Bryan also says, sickle, not a scythe. Scythe is the long one. Sickle goes in one hand.
Yeah, okay, all great points.
Dwelling says, Tower of the Sun and Tower of the Moon. And then we've got, because of dragons, I've not seen your name pop up in the chat before because of dragons. Please let us know where you are.
I thought that was the comment, not the name.
No. I like that the costumes look lived in rather than looking like clean cosplay. I do also like that. There's one thing I really dislike, and it was one of the things that got me in, what's it called, Wheel of Time?
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
In the first few episodes, everything just looked brand new.
Right.
Everything, it didn't look worn. And it just kind of, I don't know, it just kind of irked me a little bit. It didn't ruin it for me by any stretch, but it's what I think makes Peter Jackson's movies stand out. You look at them and you look
tons of time into the
you look like you're getting
down.
Yeah, it just you
What's,
can tell.
What's her name? What's the costume designer? Nyla
Fran.
What?
Is it Fran? No,
Fran Walsh is the exec producer. It's Nyla Jackson or Nyla Kennedy.
I don't know.
Something like that. Nula, I can't remember, but one of the documentary about the clothes on the Fellowship Extended Edition is astonishingly good. Like the level of detail they went into, and particularly if you I remember looking at Saruman's, and like they zoom in on it, and they show that his fabric that you'll never ever see is frayed, not like at the bottom, just that they're saying he's a wizard. He's been wearing this costume for thousands of years. It started to fray, and it's like, wow, that's kind of next level stuff.
Dale Groves, hands look like they've done a bit of work. Laffy. Wouldn't be any hobbits in at that time, says Peter Freeburn. Wouldn't be any hobbits in at that time.
Yeah, they're not hobbits, but they're the ancestors of the hobbits. The Stores, the Falahides, and the Harfoots, and that's what Lenny Henry is. He's a Harfoot.
Thomas Sherlock says, I'm hoping Amazon see the potential in releasing a 2-weekly magazine with miniatures included. Joe Osman says to Peter Freeburn, it's already been confirmed that Lenny Henry is playing a Hobbit predecessor, one of the Stores, I think he said.
There you go.
Larry says, the apple makes me think of Second Breakfast. And Joe says, the full picture of the Lady Radagast shows the end of a greying beard.
Lady Radagast has a beard, confirmed.
Radalas, says Sean Clark. Dale Grove says, Lady Gagast.
Josh
Bryant says, yeah, definitely no hobbits. The Shire is only about 1400 years old, and the War of the Ring is in the early 3000s of the Third Age.
See above.
Rodagast, says Michael Curtis. I stand corrected, says Peter. Twinkle Cave says, morning stroke evening, everyone. What have I missed?
Twinkle Cave's in.
The silver armour stroke 2 tree sword poster looks awesome. Yeah, it does. Looks like an Elder Scroll, says GFHFHFG. Twinkle Cave says, working on old Mordor orcs and Durburs. Whip in the email.
Cool, I'll look out for it.
Joe Holzman says, Amazon have text to go with each picture. They call that a golden rod. Looks like a scepter to me.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that.
And then Ryan Cuthbert
Scepter
says,
of a Numinous then, maybe?
Scepter of a Numinous, yeah.
Does he? That was freaky.
That's what Ryan Cuthbert says. Nick Gardner says, the tan robes holding the gold object could be holding a scepter, which was the mark of rank in Numenor. Yeah. Josh Bryant says, Rohan is only 500 odd years old. Founded in 2510 of the Third Age, Eorl died 2545 of the Third Age, and he swept down from the north in the Vales of the Anduin to Celebrant. Ajinder says, I'm surprised they didn't release one image a weekend for X amount of weeks. Could we see more content soon? A teaser trailer, etc.
It was a big
lot.
dump. Like in one go, yeah. It's cool.
I quite like what they've done. I think because we've seen nothing. It was like a really well kept secret. Well, we didn't know nothing about what was going on, which has been great. And I think you're right. I think we're gonna start getting a lot of stuff pre-September. I reckon once a month we'll get like a dump of stuff.
It's early September as well, isn't it? So it's one of those things that's not Because it's 2nd September, so it's not the 9th, it's the 8th.
It's pretty much August, right?
Yeah,
So
which is basically the summer, which starts in June.
Yeah.
It starts straight after spring, and it's nearly spring.
I mean, we've only got about 3 streams between now and then. How many streams is there between now and then? So how many months off is it? So it's September and February.
It's the end
now.
of August. We're at the start of Feb, so it's that's 6 full months, isn't it? So 12 streams.
12 streams. That's a lot of streams. It's a lot of guessing.
And obviously, as soon as episode 1 drops, the guessing will stop.
Yeah. Oh, it's jumped. There we go. Hajinda says, I'm surprised they didn't release 1 image a week. Oh, I've done that one. Michael Curtis says, Rope Guy is Sam Hanger's ancestor, who remembered to pack some rope. Rich Clemmer says, I doubt it will be anthology type show. I think that would destroy the narrative too much and put fans off. Okay. Destro says, Black Numenorian could be. Rich Clemmer says, I think it's going to cover most of, not all of the 9 kings of men doomed to die.
What I mean, though, is that even if that was the case, how would you do? You wouldn't have 9 stories about these men going on. Whereas I'm thinking this out loud now, but maybe you'd have, like Lost used to do every episode have a flashback.
Yeah.
Maybe you could have every episode has a flashback to a king of men or something like that. That's the kind of thing I was thinking. It'd still have your central story.
I don't know. I literally I don't even have a theory on it. I am going into it.
Well, it'd be very hard to.
Like naked.
So little written.
As per usual. I wonder if that will be Farazon, says Josh Bryant. One of his lieutenants in the years before the drowning of Numenor.
The last king of Numenor, Farazon.
The guy in Spiky Nazgul stroke Sauron Gauntlet.
Maybe it could be. Maybe because he doesn't quite get corrupted, does he? But he gets very, very, very naughty. Maybe he decides to start. And if you're naughty, you wear black, right?
Naughty, very naughty. Amazon describe it as childlike hands, says Joe Holzman.
The electrician.
Hajinda says, the one with golden hair and berries, Goldberry, daughter of the river. Thinky face.
Oh, God. Do you imagine that's how you alienate and please the fan base? Chuck Bombadil in there. Now, you tell me Bombadil's not right for that era. The world goes.
What's he known for his love of raspberries, Josh, says Larry. Also, fun fact, I only realised raspberry has a P in it about 2 years ago. Oh, yeah.
Did you just find that out?
Yeah, I was today.
You've been spelling raspberries wrong for the last.
Well, I've not really wrote the word raspberry a lot.
Have to write it a lot. Yeah.
So, yeah. Also, I'd laugh if the actual show is all shot as close up of people's chest hands.
Maybe they were meant to be full.
That would be so annoying. Can you imagine how annoying that was? You could hear something cool going and all you can see is
it might have been like just before they published them, there was like a kind of accidental group crop. And they've all zoomed in and go, "What have you done?" And then everyone's going, "Oh wait, people are digging it."
That looks cool, man. That looks cool. Josh Bryant says less Cyrillic, more hieroglyphic. That's for the map thing. What?
You must get up early, Josh.
Salt and Brushy says to Larry, I do not like having a P in it. It seems pointless to me.
You tell him.
Yeah.
Take that, the man.
Tom Marshall says to Larry, the Rings of Power Puppet Pals. The Rings of Power Puppet Pals. Rings of Power Puppet Pals.
That sounds nice when you say that.
Yeah, try saying it 10 times quick though.
Not Buffy.
Larry says the knife looks like a massive pain to paint. Hopefully they don't get the license. The elvish armor is gorgeous, says Agenda. I agree.
Gorgeous.
Joe Kelly says, "Okay, boys, I'm off. Enjoy the rest of the stream. I'll watch it and catch up on Monday. Take care, Joe."
Enjoy the tournament,
man. Larry says, "I also thought it was a beard for a moment. Bayon, could you paint on a cold, rainy day in Stoke?" What? What is that in reference to, Bayon?
Bayon.
And Bayon, is this your first time commenting?
That's a new name, isn't it?
That is a new name, Bayon.
He mentions Stoke.
Mm.
That could be one of mine. I wonder if that could be a Chris or a Tom.
Could you paint on a cold, rainy day in Stoke?
I think.
Come on, Bayon.
Is that an office reference? I reckon that's going to be one of my mates.
Give us a clue, Bayon. Josh Bryant says that's definitely cloth, not beard. Feels like Haradrim King to me. Hajinder says triangles and the jewels look very Eastern. Harad struck can't. Yeah. It's the jewels though. It's the cut of the jewels that got me thinking dwarf. Are you sure it's not a reference to Snow White?
There you go. Told you about that one about half an hour ago. Do we wouldn't know.
Frank West,
We
stop
wouldn't
being a bot. Stop being a bot. Let me try and get rid of you.
Frank West should go into the West.
My buttons aren't working to kick him out. Michael Curtis, the golden hands feels Easterling to me. Larry says they've been painting Easterlings as they are excited about the upcoming releases. As I live and breathe.
What the heroes?
Parkhill's only in.
Is he?
Harry Parkhill.
Oh, Harry,
says,
how you
hello,
doing?
gentlemen.
How you doing,
Harry,
Harry?
you missed the start. You need
Missed
to rewatch
nothing
this
at all,
tomorrow.
mate. Nothing,
you need to watch
mate.
this tomorrow.
It's all good, mate.
I hope you will, buddy. Gaetan says, we just need to accept that it won't be the same atmosphere as PJ. It will be different, but it doesn't mean it will be bad. You know what? There's a bit of me that kind of wants it to be different, if I'm honest.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think
different age.
Yeah.
Cool.
Nathan T says, Harry's in. I hope you caught up from the start. Hey, Larry's here. That must mean an FAQ is imminent, says Larry. Sandra Brush says, can we do a Super Bowl live stream? We want the Super Bowl be like 2 or 3 in the morning.
Yeah, the problem with watching the Super Bowl and doing a live stream is you have to watch the Super Bowl. Just chucked a grenade in there. Sorry. Big Shadow of Flames in. If Dave's still in there, he just put his sculpting keys down and started typing angrily. I tried a few years ago. I just can't. I just can't do this.
Bobbins, isn't it? Nathan T says, agree with Damien, the excitement couldn't be held back, and that's just from a lot of pictures of nothing. When teaser trailers start landing, it's going to be insane. Marcus Bader says, the longer you look at these pictures, the greater the anticipation and the small hope that there may be new minis. Didn't expect to be this hyped after all. Destro says, great, now I have to care about the Super Bowl. Larry says, swords and brushes, everyone paint Blood Bowl. Swords and brushes, everyone paint Blood Bowl.
Is that Larry saying that?
Yeah, swords and brushes, everyone paint Blood Bowl. Can we do a Super Bowl live stream with swords and brushes? Last comment. Oh, you mean, and everyone
paints Blood Bowl minis during the live stream.
And then Swords and brushes says, haha, middle of bowl. Nathan T says, maybe the picture reveals are step 1 of a naked attraction reveal. Next week you'll get the chest of it. Harry says,
weird show.
Caught the end of that. Assume you're talking Rings of Power teasers, which were insanely good. They clearly try to show they're using the same standard of design of the Lord of the Rings films 1 and 2. Swords and brushes. Add 1 and then stroke Hobbit team. Indeed, Elrond can chaperone her, says Larry.
Elrond can chaperone her?
I don't know.
Are we?
Don't know. Harry says, showcasing the costume and weapon design is a huge flag waving to say, we're taking this stuff seriously, don't worry, can't wait to see more.
Yeah, I agree.
Larry says, Glorfindel can do. Larry, are you just saying words now? Joe Husband says, doesn't work because there's 20 rings and 23 posters, plus all Steve's peasants won't wear it.
That's what I said.
Perhaps Numenorans were peasants that rose up, says Nathan. James Stewart says, could we see the Dead of Dunharrow pre-curse? I think that's way after.
No, well, it's after when it starts, because it's after the fall of Numenor. But it's Isildur in Middle Earth. So it depends. You don't know the range of the series, but I mean, it could happen, but it'd be several series down the line, I reckon.
The Teen Spirit says, with Rings of Power, House of the Dragon, and Stranger Things 4 is going to be a great year for TV. Andrew Grayling, hey, from London, Canada. Welcome, Andrew. Hope you're well, buddy.
It is, huh?
Nathan T says, I'm not convinced by Lenny Henry Hobbit stuff. It's got people moaning about Hobbits rather than diversity, so the publicity is improved. He's a big guy too. When you say you're not convinced, what do you mean? You're not convinced he's going to be a Hobbit? I think he is.
He is a Hobbit, I think. Yeah. It's a good actor.
Where's that up to? And John Rhys Davis was the tallest of fellowship actors who played a dwarf. Size of that is largely irrelevant when it comes to shows, movies like this. True that. Teen Spirit, thousands of years and still white. Must have used Ariel.
I think he's talking about Saruman's costume.
Yeah.
You don't really get those adverts anymore, do you? Do they not need to sell us like washing powder anymore?
Remember like the Daz one? It was always a guy in jeans and a white t-shirt.
The Daz doorstep challenge.
His name was Daz.
Turn up on your doorstep. Should we wash your stuff for you? No. Home invasion. Simpler times. It's Daz. I'll give you 2 rings when I'm home.
Jill says, I think the show is going to become another one that I'll do following all the news for. I'll watch the trailer and then they do it and just avoid it until it comes out. I wish I could get to it coming out in September and not see any more teasers and just watch it fresh, but it's not going to happen. I want to see
the preview stuff is part of it for me. It's part. I'm not just desperate to see anything. I enjoy that. I enjoy the anticipation. So trailers don't ruin things for me. They increase the enjoyment for me.
She says, that's how I went into the original trilogy and I want to be surprised. Green Tree, how do you, Mark? He says, I prefer a big dump over little bits. I bet you do, mate.
No.
Sean says, I feel very lucky to be able to watch this show. It's been years since we first heard this was in the works. We're finally here, boys. Dare I say that? Say, what a time to be alive. Exactly. Larry says, if it is featuring the Wraiths, I wonder which king is the Witch King.
Which king?
Joe says, if the show covers the Forging of the Rings, the Wraiths will still be men. Makes sense with me, at least some of them.
Yeah.
That'd
be cool to see.
Rich says, well, when they do or become Nazgul stroke servants to Sauron, you have read everything, Damien, so I assume you know. But I always thought the 9 were given their rings over a very long period of time. Do you mean like not all 9 rings were handed out at once?
That's what I was saying about who the kings were. Like, the truth is, off the top of my head, I don't know. I get, if I had to punt, I think it's not Ring Day. It's done over a long period of time. But it's weird. It's this kind of weird thing. It's like, who were these 9 kings? Where were they kings of? In a relatively small realm, relatively small continent. But yeah, I think it's done over. But I think they're forged. I think they're forged at the same time. I think he forges the 9 and then gives them to people, which makes you think they're wrong. I don't know. I'm not sure. I might well not know it, or it might well be something that isn't answered. I don't know. You know, you could Google it, but I'm not gonna pretend that I know and Google. You know, kind of going, oh yeah, well I'm just gonna take the Patreon account. But someone else out there will. Yeah.
I actually need as much information on the 9 rings of men as possible soon.
Why?
All will be revealed.
Later in the show.
Larry Miller. He'll be the one with the tallest crown. Tom Marshall says, I thought Damien at the very least would get that last pun. After our riddled diary banter a few weeks back, never heard of Potter Puppet Pals. I'm ashamed.
Oh, yeah. Puppet Pals is that the strange ticking noise? Is that what's that noise? Dumbledore, Ron Weasley, Harry Potter. Is that it? Is that Puppet Pals?
You're asking the wrong dude, man. Nathan says, bed now, Guahe is close enough. Take care, man. Rainy night in Stoke is a football joke. But who's Bayonne? That's what we want to know. Joe Hosman says that the cold, rainy day in Stoke thing has always been used to dismiss Messi being the best player in the world. Don't get the significance tonight, though. Yeah, I didn't put them two things together. James Hogg's story and good characters are key for me, and the writers of this show leaves question marks for me, but going in open-minded, not interested by marketing stuff, as Game of Thrones looked great but fell flat. I think, echoing what Damien said, I think the Game of Thrones series were great up until the last episode. Well, there were parts of the last 3 episodes that I enjoyed, but it just kind of came to this sudden stop. It was like,
I don't want to have a row because everyone feels different about this stuff, but I can't see it. I can't see how if you liked the books, the first few seasons, and you have some willingness to accept the changes that have to be made for adaptations, at least the first 4 seasons weren't exceptional. The Game of Thrones, and I know a lot of people find the ending divisive, but it's a very, very good TV show. Even if you think the ending's cack, 7 years of it is exceptionally good TV.
I thought it was good. I hated the end, but I thought overall, I thought it was good. I'd never even heard of the books before watching the series, so I went into it as a TV series, and as a TV series, it blew everything else out of the water that I'd seen as a TV series. Probably still to this day, to be honest.
Yeah. People get incredibly wound up about the last series, and fair enough. You've been watching it for 8 years. It's not what you wanted or expected, or fair enough. But if you watch it in isolation, I can't see an argument that the Battle of Winterfell isn't one of the greatest episodes of TV ever made. In terms of the scale and scope, it's
there was loads of really, really awesome parts of that series, and there was loads of parts that weren't awesome. There was loads of parts that were a bit boring and a bit naff. But overall,
up to the end of Storm of Swords, though, which is I think is at the end of season 4. I think is where they do the Mountain and the Viper, isn't it? I think, but that stuff, Arya's storyline's fairly significantly different, but the main beats of the whole situation with Tyrion in King's Landing for those seasons is brilliant. It's spectacularly good TV, and I still think it's very good afterwards.
Close second to Spartacus.
Spartacus is great.
Spartacus was awesome.
Spartacus is great. Yeah.
By Jupiter's
Seacam.
Remove Seacam from us.
Once again, the gods part the cheeks to ram Seacam into FB.
It's a great series. Joe says, yeah, he's good, but could he do it on a cold, rainy night in Stoke? Andrew Grayling says, I wonder with the new series if we'll get rules for Anarian. He is in the Numenor Army special rule, but no profile. Yeah, I'm still sold on the fact that we would have got that by now if it wasn't for the series being announced. Yeah. We would have revisited that era, but hey ho, we may never see that. Hajinder Singh says, I think it would be good if they started really different, but as we get towards the third age, they slowly make it more and more similar to Peter Jackson's style to tie it in. Nathan says, talking of cleaning products adverts, I'm still annoyed with the dubbed Calgon adverts. Glyn says, evening ladies and gents. Welcome, Glyn. How bloody long has it been since you've been in one of these streams, buddy? I hope you're well.
Your the most threatening buddy I've ever heard. Buddy.
Your biscuits look really nice the other day, by the way. Joe says, I always assume there must have been 9 big important kingdoms of men, hence the number. The dwarves were given 7 for the 7 clans. I figured the number were significant to the races.
Yeah, I agree, but we just never hear about
them. Didn't the 9 kings of men become the Wraith till Sauron fell and he took their rings back, says Darth Tyrannus 23. Didn't the 9 kings of men not become the Wraith till Sauron fell and he took their rings back? He asks.
I don't know when they actually become them. He does take the rings back because there's an early draft of really cool stuff about where during the War of the Ring he gives them the rings back. He nicks them up and then hello, and then they're slaves to his will. But in one idea he had was kind of around the Pelennor, they'd give them the rings back and they become like uber race, which was really cool.
Michael Dublé says the weather outside is.
Does he really?
No, he didn't say that.
Oh,
he says, Nerd of the Rings has done a good video about the 9 rings, and to be honest, not much is known about all of the 9 kings. True that. The Teen Spirit says, the Battle of Winterfell was one of the best TV episodes in history if you change the settings to see it. Nathan says, Game of Thrones then wasn't ever going to please people, almost as if maintaining long-term storylines and paths, but tying it up in one hit was going to be problematic. You know what? It wasn't just that. I could have accepted the ending more if there was just loads of episodes that felt pointless because they were leading you up this path to nowhere. Do you know what I mean? It was like loads of things that just.
I do. I don't want to have a row about it, but it's not necessarily what you think, but I've read other people who are like, so they said that the whole Night King story was pointless. I was like, no, it wasn't pointless. It led to the Battle of Winterfell. That was the end. The whole Night King storyline is about how the armies are going to come and attack the living, and they did, but then they lost at the climax of the story. It's like, what did you want to happen? Them just take over the world, everyone dies, then it goes to black. You're Finn. And that's not what everyone did. It's like, the whole Night King story was pointless. Like, what was he meant to do? End up on the Iron Throne? Or and don't even get me started on the people who didn't see Dany coming. It's like the whole bloody. This might be spoilerific, but it's been out there. The entire bloody story. The entire story is about whether or not she's going to be a good king or a lunatic ruler.
Yeah, it was obvious.
That's the whole point of the bloody story.
History
like,
repeats
I can't
itself.
believe it.
History repeats itself. Jolsman says, I was disappointed by the Battle of Winterfell. There were some great parts in it, but they build it as bigger and better than anything that's ever been seen, even Helm's Deep, and it just wasn't.
I don't disagree with that.
Nathan says, at least it didn't end in a church with us all confused, says Nathan. The phrases from
Spartacus feeling lost.
The phrases from Spartacus were hilarious, says Agenda. Yeah, they were. Game of Thrones season 4, says Josh Bryan, ended with the wildlings attacking the wall. I know because that's where I left it because it got stupid. Rich Clammer says 3 of the ring race may have been among.
Josh, it got much better after that. It was really good. You should have stayed. Seasons 5 to 8, absolutely top quality. You would have loved them. 3 of the ring race may have been among the first and most powerful Númenóreans to be corrupted by Sauron 1,000 years before the downfall from a wiki. May is the key word there. I
Rich.
think that feels a bit card gamey, non-canon. It's not quite from the books. His words.
Josh says, A Song of Ice and Fire is excellent. Game of Thrones was not very good. Fundamentally missed the point of the source material.
Did it? What was the point of the source material? Let us know.
Glyn says, that was a threatening buddy, I agree. Oh, me. I finally crumbled like a cookie and bought the Armies of the Hobbit book. Need to pick an army now. Good man. Mr. Carl Daly is in. Good evening, gents. Hope you're all having a fab evening. Welcome, Carl. I hope you're well, buddy. I've been really bobbins at messaging Carl back on Facebook as well as probably about 15 other people. I've had a very stressful week, Carl, so I do apologise.
He's been saying that in the chat and on the internet and on Facebook and in some of the YouTube videos that he's made.
That I'm very rude.
Yeah.
I know. 9 kings became wraiths upon their deaths and became bound to Sauron's will. They're not all kings either. 2 or 3 of them were Númenórean lords with domains in Middle Earth, says Josh Bryant.
I'm not convinced that's canon.
Where are we? Glyn says, also Steve sent you a message just warning that footy lad's going to give you a hassle. I already know. I've got it on my phone here. I'm fully aware of the sadness that he's been, put upon us.
Still the second most depressing thing to happen to Man United in the last 2 weeks, though.
Oh, don't. Nathan T. Episodes leading us up the path to nowhere, says the host of BSIME episodes. Weren't you going to bed about 20 minutes ago, Nathan? Josh Bryant says the Dwarf Kings were one of the patriarch of each clan, but the elves having 3 and men having 9 felt a bit random because there are more than 3 elf kindreds and lots of realms of men. Michael Double says, right, I'm off. I've got a serious case of man flu. Got to work on my new Christmas album, so we'll catch up tomorrow. I'm with you on that, mate. I feel rough. I still feel rough now. Gaetan says, never watched Game of Thrones, so feel a bit left out. I thought this stream was solely about Lord of the Rings. Get watching it, Gaetan. You can't not have seen it.
Also, what on earth has ever given you the impression this stream is about Lord of the Rings? I think there's some people rage quitting at the moment because of all the Lord of the Rings content today.
James Hogg says, I'll correct myself. The first 5 seasons were outstanding. However, once the TV writers ran out of book, the characters, logic and depth just vanished for the sake of moving the plot on. The exception is B.O.B.
Battle of the Bastards.
Carl Daly still not moved yet, Damien. I don't think it's moving.
It's come. More stuff's gone though. It's gradually it probably looks the same to you, but what's around the floor is getting less and less every week.
Joe says to Josh, the Elven Rings weren't made by Sauron, so may not follow the same rules, but I'm pretty sure there were 3 main kindreds of elves. And Frederick says, maybe Nathan is in bed finishing off. Luke says, with a caveat, I hadn't read Song of Ice and Fire at the time. I still remember being left in the fetal position on the sofa for 5 minutes after watching season 3, episode 9 of Game of Thrones, The Red Wedding. Yeah, that was a grim time.
I really clearly remember when I read Storm of Swords. I remember reading that it happens over about 6 pages, and I remember reading it. And I've never done this in a book before. I went back and read it again
to make sure you read it right.
Yeah, hoping I'd read it wrong. Basically, going, I was in that level of shock. Going, no, obviously not. I'd never been more shocked by a book at any point than that scene, the way that plays out.
Yeah,
and I did it. The show version of it was brilliant. They did a brilliant version of that scene. Really captured it well.
Yeah, it's crazy. Dale says, Glyn, start with Thorin's Company, mate. Army in a box for 30 quid. Amazing sculpts and an awesome thematic army, and because it's Thorin's Company.
I won't hear any complaints from me on that.
Tom Marshall says, Steve, as one of your messages in your waiting list, I say just invite us all to the pub for a Q&A. I know.
Live stream it.
Very, very, very sidetracked at the moment. I'm glad Daenerys died. Never liked her, says Andrew Grayling. Tormund.
You need a spoilers before that. That's more spoilery than mine.
Classic Nathan, I'm off to bed. Everyone going for a curry. Hang on, I'll join you. The teen spirit. Maybe Galadriel just described the ring race as kings. Because kings and lords of bits of Middle Earth screwed up the flow of her opening poem a bit. Nathan says, I was about to sleep when my BSIME sense tingled. Harry says, Game of Thrones had no chance of succeeding in the end. Too many people were too invested. I loved the ending. So many pointless paths leading nowhere was the whole point. It was all about the character's journey, not who took the throne, and the burning of King's Landing was extraordinary. So much visual reference to contemporary Syria, which hit hard. Glyn says, Dale, it's either Thorin's Company or Army of Thor.
Both good choices.
And then Harry also says, just noticed I wasn't watching live somehow, so hopefully the comments weren't so way out of context. I don't even know what you're talking about, Harry. You're way out of context, mate. Rich says, I never even thought about how cool Dwarf Rings plots are going to be. Aren't the dwarves in the main story lines descendant from just one of the first 7 that God made? Excited to see other lines.
Era didn't make them. Ali made them. Era was very annoyed. What are you doing? You're playing my Lego.
What are you doing, bro? And then Nathan says, the biggest issue with Game of Thrones is actors being popular and gaining plot armor. Not a problem in most other shows, but took a key USP from Game of Thrones. Dale says, Army of Thor is a stunning army, and Thor is an unbelievable model. Plus young dwarves Dwarves.
Dwarves.
That settles it. Get both.
Is
Jill
that
says,
is that the shortcut? Is that the like nickname for Dwalin? Young
Yeah.
dwarves.
Dwarves. All right,
Dwarves.
dwarves.
Right, dwarves. How you doing?
All right, dwarves. You all right, mate? It's
Down
your round,
here,
dwarves. Dwarves.
Yeah.
Dwarves. It's your round, mate.
Dwarves. We'll have another pint. It comes in pints.
Jill says, Red Wedding caused the only time I've ever thrown a book across the room and had to walk off until I calmed down. Joe Holzman says to Rich Clemmer, the dwarves we've seen were all from the Longbeards, with the possible exception of Biffa, Bofa, and Bomber. Although all 7 clans did fight at Azanul's Bazaar.
Azanul Bazaar.
That's the one. Yeah,
I got you back, man.
What did he say in the books? Josh says, I still hope Daenerys of the books turns out to be good. She's not gone full dark side yet. I really dislike Sansa though. And Glyn says, just bought Marvel Crisis Protocol thanks to Steve and Matt Woods. So next month is SBG Hobby. Good man. I was going to type Demigod, but I ran out of characters and can't spell that guy's name for Sizzle, says Rich. And that is me.
You haven't.
Yeah, mate.
Steve.
I reckon we should sort my eyes out. Let's have a look where we're up to.
You know what I'd like to do?
What would you like to do?
How you been?
Ill.
We should catch up.
Yeah, I've been ill. The kids had this cold all last week, and Anna had it a bit, and I thought I'd skipped it, and then it just hit me about what day is. I pretty much had it all this week. And as you know, I'm going through a very stressful time at the moment. So that's not helped. So yeah, I've not done any hobby. I've not done anything related to hobby at all.
That's fine, man.
So yeah, it is what it is, isn't it? That's life. Yeah. So I've not done anything, mate. Not anything worth
Anything fun.
screaming about. Yeah. What about you?
I've gone the other way. I've done it for both of us.
Yeah.
So I've had you'll see this in a hobby blog. I'm back. It's like road to throwing the skulls. I'm back under crazy pressure. I'm going nuts. Some lunatic. Can I show them something arrived in the post? Can I show them that?
Oh yeah, you can show them if you want. Yeah. Wait, which one are you showing them?
Oh, that one. So we got that.
It's very dark. No key light.
It's very dark, is it? I'll see if I can sort out some more light for it. Any better?
Not really. Yeah, that is sexy.
Yeah, so I'm working on that, trying to figure out quite what to do with it. I'm seeing
it's
that.
It's going to be a pain painting everything except for the runes. Yeah,
it's already a pain.
Hence me
You've
starting to paint it. Starting to paint it and then give it up.
There's different.
I thought to myself,
layers of black.
Yeah,
there's like
Damien will need that one day. He'll paint it for me.
Yeah, there's like you can see the darker black that you've done and then given up.
Yeah,
but yeah, I'm playing around with that. I'm on Hen. I haven't got it here, so there's the 4-year-old one. I've nearly finished painting that. Been doing that. Really lovely kit. Enjoyed that. And the Dwaradel scenery that I put up a photo on the GVHL yesterday. That was from Zahir.
You mentioned that.
What? Oh, is that another teaser?
That's just
funny you mentioned that. Yeah, man. That's from the stuff that Zahir Perez made that I got. I don't know what it was now, about a year ago or something. Maybe I've shown it off when it arrived.
Yeah, it was ages ago. It was around the sewer episode time, wasn't it?
I can't remember, but I've got that now assembled on the baseboard, so it's glued down now, so it doesn't move. And I played Tom. I played another game. It's going to be in issue 12. We played over Zoom. It was brilliant. Such a good game. Like you kind of dream that they'll happen like that when you're going to write them up, and they're going to live. And honest to God, there's like a stat, and I don't want to spoil it, but there's stats in there that you won't believe for stuff that happened. We were genuinely, it's a bit like Rob with the Exploding Paint. We were genuinely saying, like, people won't believe this happened. It's so unlikely. And he was like, I don't even know how to calculate the probability of that. And I was like, well, figure it out. It's like the odds of it are nuts. But that was brilliant. That played out really well. I've been doing that scenery. And then to go with it, I've been assembling some models. So I got Celeborn cleaned up. I also got these two cleaned up.
Oh yeah,
and
great models.
Assemble. So I'm about to start on them.
Beautiful models, then.
I also got this done.
Is that what I think it is?
It really depends on what you think it is.
I think that might be a Watcher base. Oh, here he is.
Hello.
Yeah.
Look at this bad boy. I've always liked this.
Mm.
And it's better than I thought it was. This is absolutely kick-ass, this thing. I love it. So basically, my last 2 weeks have been assembling and cleaning up and green stuff in. And it's been fairly hellish. But I'm now done and everything's primed. So the next 2 weeks are going to be painting.
Mm.
So I've done tons of kind of prep work, essentially. And I've been hobbying every night. It's been really, really good. But I haven't finished much.
Yeah.
And now, as I said, I've got this crazy,
I've been doing that for about 3 years.
Aldor and Haller. I've just got this crazy 2 week period now where I've got to get everything finished in the photo shoot.
Yeah.
So yeah, 2 weeks time, which obviously we'll have a stream next week. So maybe next week I can update you. I'll show you the cave trolls. I think by this time next week I need either the Watcher painted or those 2 cave trolls painted.
Yeah.
Or it ain't happening.
I think for me, February. I think, like, depressingly for me, February is going to be much of the same. I think I don't think I'm going to get much time to hobby. And then moving into March, I've got scouring.
Oh, of course.
So it's going to be, and there's a board that I want to have ready for scouring. So I need to get on that.
Is it the Dwarrowdelf?
No, it's not Dwarrowdelf. It's not Dwarrowdelf. But yeah, I need to crack on with that. But yeah, just at the minute, hobby and stuff is secondary to real life.
The other thing I was doing is not very much at all, because after 18 months, as you well know, we got COVID.
Yes, you did.
We've been a COVID house.
Yeah.
It was last Tuesday. Emma and Charlotte tested positive. I hadn't. I was sick as a dog the week before, but negative. So who knows if it was that and it didn't show up or whatever. But last Tuesday they tested positive, and they've been positive every goddamn day until today. Charlotte went back to school today, which was day 10. We got the full value pack of COVID.
Yeah.
We got the big deal, the group deal. We didn't get out of it early. 10 days, mate. Me and Emma at home trying to work with 2 kids. It was like going back to the first lockdown, the full lockdown, except this time we had another child. Honestly, we forgot. Like when we started it was like, well, all right, okay, this is going to be tough. We've done it before. We had half days each. One of us would look after Charlotte. And after 2 days, we were like, why is this so much tougher? I was like, oh, we've had a baby, haven't we? There's another one in. And then, Charlotte would normally be at school, Olivia would normally be at childcare and stuff, and we'd be working. And we've had, and obviously it's different now because not everyone's in the same position, and you have the same expectation. Em's in a really weird position because she's a teacher, where she's not off sick. She's off with COVID because they were both fine, by the way. I didn't even say that. Like Em had a bit of a cold. Essentially, that's all you would know. And Charlotte was absolutely fine. But they were off with childcare. But then, she was like going, but I'm okay. And the school then expects you to work from home because you're isolated, you're not sick. Yeah, it's like, well, what if I told you my COVID was dreadful? Yeah. And it's like, it's this really weird, murky social responsibility thing there. So, that's been tough.
Yeah.
For the last couple of weeks, but it has been like going back to the full lockdown, because obviously me and Olivia, we never tested positive, but we stayed here for that social responsibility thing, like you might have it or you don't want to go out and mix. So we've been in full lockdown for 2 weeks. That's why I was saying earlier, it was quite exciting today getting in a car. And it'd only been 2 weeks, but I was genuinely like, I hope the battery's all right. Getting in the car and driving.
The fuel hasn't dried up.
Yeah. But yeah, so they're now out of it. and we're clear or whatever. So I'll probably get it now. That's the way these things work.
It's been crazy. Like, I think most of December, wasn't it? Everyone was just dropping like flies with it. And then me, Daisy, and Anna have not had it. We don't think thus far. But Lily got it. We got pinged a week before Christmas. We did the PCR test, which the results didn't come back till we were just sitting down to Christmas dinner on Christmas Day, and Lily was positive, but it was a week later almost. But other than that, yeah, we've been lucky. I can't believe I've not had it. I must have had it and just not realised that I've had it. I must have. Like, been in builders' yards, people's houses.
You just don't know, do you?
Yeah, it's
I was sicker the week before with what I had than either of Emma and Charlotte. I said Charlotte, she was positive she was testing positive for whatever it was, 9 days straight, and she never blinked, she never slowed down. She didn't like kids lose the sparkle in their eyes when they're ill.
Yeah.
There was just absolutely nothing. So she was like, brilliant, we're at home.
If anything, it was.
Yeah, I was like, what should we do today? I said, you should go to bed because you're ill.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? But yeah, right. Should we jump in the Facebook thread? Should have a look what people are doing.
I can do that. I mean, that's traditionally the end these days because people post at the end. But we've got a magazine to look through.
Well, should we do the magazine then?
Yeah. I'm just tidying up Kelleborn's eyes.
I'll just do a bit of a disclaimer because I know Joe will kick right off. There is no Madcam this week. No Madcam, I'm afraid. So you need to physically get your copy of issue 42 and flick through and read with us. If you don't have issue 42 of the magazine, you'll just have to pretend you've got it.
You've got about 5 minutes to get to another BSIME's house.
Yeah. I cannot look at the cover of this magazine in the same way now, Damien. Thank you very much for that.
What are you talking about?
Angry. Looks angry.
Well, here's hoping that things improve for you over the next week. We'll be back as we said. We will be back in a week. The Rangers are filling week. Steve, dare I suggest? Would you have anything to paint next week? Do you think?
I don't know, mate. I'll be honest with you.
Oh, I've just fucked his eye.
Don't want to do that, mate. Especially with it looking so angry. I'm going to jump in the chat, mate, while you're...
see if you can catch up on the last few comments.
Sorting yourself out. Jill says, told entirely from Caitlin's point of view, pure genius.
Yeah, the Red Wedding, yeah. So good. So good.
Nathan says, actually going to bed this time, unless there's more clarification on armour stroke, weapon stroke, farming equipment to come. Peter Wojcik, thank you for subscribing. Joel Garman says, good evening, guys. I hope you're well. It's been a while since I've caught the stream live, but I'm off work tonight, so time to paint some Morannons. Good man, Joe.
Excellent.
Great to have you.
Get a pick in the whip thread. Win yourself a dash.
Where is it? Where am I up to? Who's it? Joel Garmin. Matt says, been ill the last day a bit too. Hope everything's okay, man. If you're asking me, yeah, it's just stuff, mate. Is what it is.
Matt Davis.
Yeah, and if you're asking Damien, I think that they're coming out the other side of it, so that's all good.
There was no side to it. It's just 2 weeks of having to look after our children without school.
Can we go back to work yet?
Yeah, everyone was fine. Worst COVID ever.
Joe says to Nathan he wouldn't rule it out. Carl says, don't talk about colds, just got over mine. We're so looking forward to our anniversary weekend this weekend, but COVID has stopped 75% of our plans of a child-free weekend.
Wedding anniversary for Carl, I believe. Happy anniversary, mate.
Yeah, happy anniversary. I've got this cold now, Carl, and it's like this is the first time that I've been ill since pre-COVID, and I'm really feeling it. Like, this is grim. Normally
do you feel it in your fingers?
And in my toes.
Could be love.
Jill says, happy to hear there's more hobby vlogs coming. Really enjoy them. She
Thanks, Jill.
really
I'm
enjoys them.
gonna say this because I'm 99% sure she left a really lovely comment. I'm sure she did. I think I've replied to. But thanks. That's good. That's good to know.
I'd do a hobby vlog, but I've not done any hobbying, so it'd be a very short, boring vlog of
Do a
me
misery
going.
vlog.
Of me going. Nope. No.
You won't believe what's to come. There's not much to tell you. Yeah, there's not much to tell you this time. There's so much exciting stuff in the pipeline.
Matt says, "Oh no, sorry to hear that, man. I think that's aimed at you guys getting COVID." Carl says, "Can't wait for scouring. Just need to get hold of 2 Maronian banners. Then the army is done. It's going to be good, mate. It's going to be good." Joe Holzman says, "I'm not sure many people are getting."
Scouring?
I don't know, mate. I don't know. I want to say. I can't remember now. Is it 800? Carl will tell us. I'm not sure many people are getting out before 10 days. We had at least 16 members of staff off every day last week, and only one person tested negative before day 10. Joe Holzman then says, back to normal and expect my strongly worded email in the morning. Michael Haskell says, went to local games club yesterday for the first time in more than 2 years.
Very cool,
Great
very
hold ground game with one of the Chester Middle Earth gaming gang. Going to try and make it more regular going forward. Yeah, it's cool having a local little group. That's why I have an element. It's not really on my doorstep, but it's so cool to go down there on a Tuesday or a Wednesday. There is always Middle Earth games going on, and it's just great to be in those circles. Yeah, 800. Carl confirms this time. Steve bowled to pressure to increase the points, and Matt says, my wife had COVID the other week, managed to avoid it this time, all being well. You can't expect Steve to know the points of his own tournament. Exactly, Larry. Exactly. I'll just make it happen.
I don't know what I was thinking, really. I'm sorry for doing that.
Yeah, I don't. Right, let's jump in this magazine, mate.
Yep, fair enough.
It's getting on.
Because you banged on about hands for an hour.
It's getting on.
Unplanned segment from Crow.
It was a super sexy, exciting segment.
I'll finish off my whisper. Snacks are going well for me.
I'm gonna follow along with my magazine.
I love how you're saying that like you're some sort of hero.
I'm gonna follow along with my.
It's the point of the stream.
So I'll try and sort Magcam out for Joe.
Yeah, I can. Absolutely.
I'm not promising anything, Joe, but I do have things here that could
you have to do it now. Right?
That could make it happen.
I'll give you all something to think about while Steve's setting this up. This cover for you, got it. Have a look.
I'm not using duct tape, honest.
Is this guy holding this banner, or is this a Photoshop job? What do we think, guys? Because it's Banner Bearer Week. It's Mordor Orc Banner Bearer. But is this an orc kind of in front of a banner, or is this a picture of an orc holding a banner? I've been trying to decide. I truly don't know.
Trying to decide.
We can have a think about that. But yeah, it was Mordor Orc Banner Bearer Week, so you don't get bonus points here, but if you want to feel particularly proud of yourself, you should be painting that classic metal. Is he in there? There he is. That was the model that actually came in the magazine this time. Because we had a specialist banner week before, we decided to make it the entire Legendary Legion for the Army of Gothmog, which is, of course, the force that Gothmog leads across the river when the orcs scour Osgiliath. So it feels quite apt. Issue 42, and it says the orcs scour Osgiliath for the last defenders. Very cool stuff. £3.99. We haven't talked about the price in a while. This was the standard price of it. You were getting 12 plastic models or a hero for £4.
£4.
That is nuts, isn't it? Even in old money. Even in old pounds.
It's taking forever, this, mate. You know when you start something and then you're sorry that you started it.
Oh, Harry has said it's Photoshop for sure. He's the guy from the inspection deleted scene and there's no banner then. And Joe says, I don't think it's even an orc standing in front of the banner. I think it's an orc photoshopped in front of the banner. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's just an orc put next to a banner. It kind of looks like he's holding his arm out. His left arm kind of looks like it's being held out, but he could be pointing or something, right? Andrew Grayling, he's a taskmaster. He's whipping people all day long. But presumably at some point, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that there was a still photo of that orc holding a banner, potentially. Frederick's asking which one we mean. Just on the cover, this dude here. There's a banner in the background because it's banner week, and it just didn't sit right with me. It looks a bit odd, and so I was just wondering if anyone had ever seen a still of this guy holding a banner, because I suspect it's a Photoshop jobby. It's a good Photoshop jobby. I don't think it's they've the way they've kind of positioned things makes it look like it could be real.
Can I just say?
Mm-hmm. Larry says, "What's that in photos?"
Joe Halsman's going to be over the moon.
Is it happening? Is it happening?
It's happening, man.
Still got 65 people in. Lovely to have you on. And he says, Taskmaster on the cover. Frederick reckons it might be Fellowship. Fellowship? What's that? Photoshop. James Hogg, sorry if it's already been discussed. I'm super stoked for the new Easterlings release. Do you know what? We didn't. Shadow in the East was one of my favourite supplements. Yeah, we've got the new models, haven't we? They were shown off Harvey and the other one.
Yeah.
What's the other one called?
Bigfoot.
Bigfoot. Is it? It's Ritavi, isn't it? Ritavi's the woman.
Yeah.
You like Easterlings? Do you not know?
I've been out the loop, Anna, the last 2 weeks. So
You must have seen the pictures, right?
yeah, I've seen the pictures. Yeah, I've had one eye on things, but like details. Yeah, the models look cool, man. It's all good. It's all good for me. I'm all over that. I'll be getting them. I'll be picking them up. No problem.
No
problem, mate.
You sound like you're bragging. I'll be able to get those. that won't stop me.
No problem, mate.
No problem. I'll buy them. I'll hand over the money. I'll go home. Job well done.
I know how buying things works. Let me sort this out. Let me sort this out for Joe.
Oh, it's Braw gear. Braw gear.
I got you, Joe. Let me sort this out for you, mate.
Steve has got in touch. Thank you, Steve. See, hopefully you've seen the message that I've provided over to now, which is cool. Yeah, I don't know. I like them, but genuinely,
you're not mad on Eastlings, are you?
I just couldn't care less. I think it's I put this in the page that genuinely I get perversely excited when they release models that I don't want. It's like, this is great for the game. Doesn't cost me any money. Doesn't increase my backlog. It's just wonderful. It's like when all the Dunland stuff came out. I was like, it's just not tempting. I don't even have to go, oh, maybe. Just go, no, it's cool. Eastling players can be super excited. We've got a few in. I think Harry's a massive fan of that. So it'll be, cool new heroes for them. Eastling's getting a lot of love at the moment. I think they look cool. They're nice models, but
I know Matt's painting his. I'm painting mine. I'm not making.
That's always painted as Easterling.
I'm not making a great deal of progress this summer here. But I mean, they're on my desk still. I want to get them finished. Like I really want to get them finished. But it's just time at the minute. Life's busy at the moment. But yeah.
That Magham live. Let's just finish this off before we start. So yeah, we like them. That's a pretty good deal for 40 Freddos. What is this? Oh, it's the $4.99. That's what it is.
Oh.
So is that what Larry said? What's that in Freddos? Yeah, I got it. Excellent. So it's 16 Freddos. Taskmaster on the cover might be Photoshop. James Hogg. That's a pretty good deal for 40 Freddos. He doesn't have a whip in the film. It's the other guy. Generation Shift says Army of Goth. Sorry, why he says that? Richard, I was looking at the model too, not the actor. Oh, on the front cover. Joe Holzman, Magham strongly worded email retracted. Good lad. They should have put a close up of his stomach and hands, says Larry. Perhaps a whip handle from Joe. Jared just said, Army of Gothmog. Oh, this is correct in his message. Army of Gothmog is awesome and really fun army to play. However, a bit sucky for the opponent when you manage to kill 25 men of Gondor Rangers in one turn. Sorry, James Wilson. Hey, do you know what someone needs to do? I think it'd be really good if someone, a hobbyist, a really talented hobbyist, made like a decent display board for the Army of Gothmog, you know?
Yeah.
Like maybe an Osgiliath or something. You know, with like we never see like a really good one. Never seen like an incredibly high quality board yet made. You know, you just need someone who's really, really talented to have a crack at like, you know, basically building Osgiliath from scratch and making it match the Osgiliath ruins flawlessly, and building a river made out of resin, and
that's the dream.
And then winning all their games with it.
Yeah,
and just being super nice. That'd be nice to see, wouldn't it?
Yeah, annoying but nice.
Infuriatingly talented. You'd have to be infuriatingly talented and pleasant to do all that. Ryan Cuthbert is Harry a fan of Easterlings. I've never heard him mention it on the podcast. Larry says Damien talking about Dunland releases, it's just not tempting. Damien sees Crevain. Fair enough. Crevain aren't Dunlands, they're birds. I mean Dunland men. Harry says very, very excited by the Easterlings. Is that a pun, or is it? I think that's a typo on the pun. The priest in particular, the model for the female hero isn't massively inspiring me, but I'll definitely get both. Matt says, I don't like Brogues.
I don't think you'll have a choice. I reckon they're in the same lister.
Yeah. I don't think he's suggesting ripping it open in Warhammer World and taking one.
I don't want both.
Stupid. I will still pay full price, but I do not want that. Generous Jeff, personally, I don't like Brogues' helmet or a few details. On the whole, I like them. Joe is very tempted by the Easterlings, although we're painting about 2 years, but it's no longer cool. Team Spirit, Tom and I went to a doubles event with double Easterlings about 3 to 4 years, lost every game, and I got 3 VPs. And with minus 50 VPs, applying for dad annual leave to get to World Champions and attempt our redemption with the new guys. That's very cool. Carl is not bothered by Easterling releases, none of it jumps out for me. The Acolytes would.
Yeah, they would. Rerolls, mate.
Joe Holzman says maybe someone should make a how to beat Army of Gothmog video so they get nerfed. Harry, get on it, mate. Steve Kinley off to bed. We'll catch up with the rest of the stream over the weekend. Managed to decide on the colour scheme I like from our runners. Good stuff. Take care. All awesome news. Let's have a look through this.
Yeah.
Issue 42. It's the second of our 3 weeks looking at the attack on Osgiliath. And inside this one, we have, despite the heroic defense mounted by Faramir's warriors, the city of Osgiliath lies in flaming ruins. Is that like an Australian exaggerated ruins, or is that on fire?
Flaming ruins?
It's in flaming ruins. All the defenders could do is give their lives in an attempt to slow down the hordes of evil as they advance towards the walls of Minas Tirith. That's sad, isn't it? Look at that picture at the bottom.
This?
It's awesome.
It is awesome.
I know we see like the shots of it in the film, but I don't think you ever get to see the details on the orcs that much. And again, I always like to say this, for 2003, it's damn fine Photoshop work. You look around the edge of that cutout, punching the holes in the bows. It's really nicely done. That wasn't easy 20
Magic
years
wand,
ago.
mate, magic wand.
Magic wand would be rancid for that, Steve. But yeah, they're cool. Lots of tiny, tiny little crotches. And they're presumably all dudes in armour, right? Very cool. I like it. Shall we on?
Yep, page 2.
So we have the Army of Mordor. So this is why we decided this week to do the Army of Gothmog for this one. We have this, is it 4 pages, I seem to remember? It's tactics about how to use the forces of Mordor in your games, which is very cool. I read it, and it's obviously slightly out of date and there's less models, but there's really good stuff in there. I remember thinking it's really weird that they have this. I don't need to hold it up. You see that box out down the bottom left, right, where it says choosing your force?
Yeah.
You've got Captains of Evil. Sauron's generals range from vicious orcs to the terrifying Witch King. And then at the bottom, to lead your force, you can use heroes such as Grishnak or even the dreaded Witch King and his Nazgul brethren. They don't mention Gothmog. And I know this isn't the Army of Gothmog Legendary Legionary, but there's a picture of him there. And it's
All there is. Yeah.
And it's like they're snubbing him. This feels a bit mean to me. And then you just get tactics, which I read it, and they were interesting enough. You got loads of models. You can have, the wealth of troops in a mortal force helps to compensate for the army's lack of cavalry models. It's obviously a very different age. There's quite nice pictures about how to do it. They've got them grouped together in that picture on the right-hand page, 3 pictures down, to do some volley fire. Orc archers, while individually poor, become fierce and prospect when using sizable groups, so they're low chance to hit, balanced by the quantity of dice rolled. Volley fire is a more attractive alternative for orc archers. There's the orc heroes, just with a captain. Orc and Uruk-hai captains benefit from his leadership and fighting ability. What's that? I wonder if that's just talking about a stand fast.
It's courage.
Yeah, on the orc courage.
Yeah.
Orc warriors fell faced with a courage test with failure. It must be talking about a stand fast.
Yeah.
I think it feels a bit like the old Warhammer leadership roles, that sort of thing. It's cool. I enjoyed, even now I enjoyed reading it. It's always, I feel like you get good value out of these now. Over the page, they talk about captains of elite troops. Here we go. So finally, you could also include such characters as Grishnak, Shagrat, or Gorbag. Now they're even mentioning heroes that we haven't got in the magazine yet. It's anyone but Gothmog.
Where does it say that?
Captains of elite troops. It's basically the end of that paragraph.
Oh yeah.
I don't know why do they hate him? This is weird. Cool close-ups of all the models though. I think there's nice looking orcs. Spears allow more of your orc warriors to attack. It's all very basic stuff, it won't surprise everyone, but it's well written, it's pleasant to read. I did enjoy it. It's nice to kind of focus on more of it. Then you got the trolls, quite a nice picture of the trolls bashing Minister's back doors in. Gandalf having a little stand your ground, so on and so forth.
That's the GW Minas
It is
kit. Yeah.
His archers on the top. They're like, oh man, they're in. We are suddenly in a very bad position. Troll chieftains have the same strength and weaknesses as other trolls, but their increased defense combined with their ability to use might makes them even more deadly. Then you got Shelob, the great she spider of Kirathanga. Look at that. That would scare the crap out of me. Like sneaky Shelob on a shelf. Spider on a shelf. Worst Christmas ever. About to pounce on you. Bloody horrible. This power can be used to neutralize powerful heroes such as Aragorn and Boromir. Damn straight, because remember, obviously, we have no heroic strike at this point.
Nope.
And she's 5/7. Top tip. You ready for this?
Yeah.
While it's tempting to send powerful warriors such as trolls charging off into combat on their own, try to keep them in the heart of your force where they can fight alongside lesser warriors such as orcs. The mighty monsters will be able to focus their attacks against the most dangerous targets as long as the smaller warriors stop the enemy from outnumbering and overwhelming them. It's a good tip, that. Protect the edges of your monsters, basically. Yeah, I don't know. It's not going to change the world, but I think to a new player getting used to it, it's still quite relevant. The volley fire is obviously not, but the basic broad strategy things are all good. Shall we proceed?
Yeah. I'm over the page already.
Sorry, not in the past. You're not. Battle in the Ruins is the game this time. This looks very, very, very cool. It's the idea that you're basically at the point where Osgiliath, if you remember last week, the boats attacked Osgiliath, and the orcs kind of jumped off and ran over it. And at this point, the city's about to fall. So it's a game representing the final fall of the city. A good player has 24 plastic warriors of Minas Tirith and a banner bearer. And you get one of those guys nominated as a captain. And then the evil player needs 36 Mordor orcs and the banner bearer for this pack. And then they also give you 2 trolls, which come in this box. You get the lovely write-ups of the warriors of Minas Tirith and Hordes of Mordor, which are fluffy as always. And if we go over the page, you can see the table. And you get you basically get the Warriors of Minas Tirith.
So the Warriors of Minas Tirith get 24 Warriors of Minas Tirith and a banner. And the evil get 36 orcs and a troll.
2 trolls.
2 trolls.
2 trolls.
It sucks to be good.
Yeah, doomed to die. It's a bit. It's in the vein of Faramir's Charge, I think. So it's played on a 3x3 board. You position the massive tower in the middle. More on the massive tower a bit later.
That's cool.
The Minister of Warriors are within 6 inches of the center of the board, and then you break up the orcs as memory serves. So you remember you got 36 orcs, right? To represent this, on the first turn of the game, divide the orcs into groups of 6. So you got 6 groups of 6. Roll a dice. On a 1 to 3, the evil player can choose any table edge to move on from. 4 to 6, the good player chooses a table edge. So kind of like the Maelstrom thing.
Yeah.
You got a 50-50 chance of each player picking where they come on. So who knows? Like the good player should get to pick half the orcs. The evil player picks half the orcs. They'll be spread around Osgiliath rather than a battle line. And then the Trolls, Banner Bearer, and Captain are rolled for separately. I love the quote there. Where is he? Where's Gondor's finest? Even in a scenario that doesn't involve Faramir or Boromir, there's Denethor banging on again about Boromir. The Warriors of I'm not sure what I just said there, but the Warriors of Minas Tirith are considered to automatically pass any courage test. There's no break-in, and there's this kind of odd, fun little rule: rise through the ranks. The Battle for Osgiliath has created a hard core of veteran soldiers, some of whom have shown potential to be great leaders. In this scenario, a good player nominates one of his Warriors of Minas Tirith as a captain. Count the model as a Warriors of Minas captain, armed in the same fashion as the model chosen. So I think they're just saying that they want them to have a hero, and they haven't given you one yet. So just use one of the normal guys, I guess. And winning the game, the good side wins if at the end of turn 15 there is at least one good model remaining on the table, or if somehow all the evil models are killed. The game is a draw if all the models are killed, but the game lasts 11 to 14 turns. And the evil side wins if at the end of any turn up to and including the 10th, there are no good models remaining on the board. So there's your answer about how unfair it is. They're not meant to win. Yeah. They're meant to die as slowly as possible. Which I think sounds really good fun. I think 10 turns for evil to kill everything feels tough to me. Do you?
Yeah, because there's no brutal power attacks then or anything, is there?
Yeah, absolutely not. But you got 2 trolls and you got 50% more warriors.
There's a lot to do, isn't there?
You got, what is it, 3x3, so it's 18 inches from. So you're going to take 3 turns to reach the Minas Tirith guys, and then 7 turns to kill 24. I think it's pretty tough. But then sort of 11 to 14, so I think it's quite likely to be a draw. But the monsters would wreck face in that, So evil get priority, the monsters are charging 2. Good get priority, they're charging 1, but they've got 2 trolls. Even in the old rules, killing either 4 or 2 or 4 one at a time. But I think you could play it. You could play it quite annoyingly. Where you're so inclined, you could just run Jeff, the Minister of Warrior, to the opposite court. You could go to the top of the tower, couldn't you? Or run. Don't try and defend us. Run 1 to every bloody building or something. It might be quite excruciating on that, but I think it'd be good fun if you play it, in the right spirit and stuff. And they'll be able to defend the ruins and fight to the death and all that. I think it's cool. And again, not something we've currently got in the game. And then they got the tactics, which is quite good fun. There's an awesome. Have you got the cards still?
Yeah.
Because there's an awesome double-page picture that spans those 2 pages.
I can do magic like that.
I can't see what you're magic.
You'll see it. It'll blow your mind in about 15
seconds.
seconds.
I'm excited. You're thinking about turning the page. Okay, you've turned the page. What's he going to do? What's the magic? Got the card.
Just you wait. You ready for it?
I hope he's not going to do what I think he's going to do. I hope he's not. Oh, I see. Oh, no, that's solid magic. I thought you were going to rip it out.
No.
Not after all these years.
Hell no.
Do you have any idea how much value this adds? That is solid magic. It's a cool picture, right?
Yeah.
Nice. We're building up a nice little Osgiliath in the background. Good tactics, don't die. And I like the idea of like shoot as well. It's genuinely not a bad tactic, you know. Because how the hell are you going to stop them otherwise? The archers target with Mordor trolls, and then evil tactics. They've got that troll. The tactic is lobbing a rock at them. The suggesting your tactic is don't move your troll, throw a rock.
Yeah,
I'm going to say that's a bad tactic.
That's really bad.
All right, I'm not moving my troll this turn. Oh, I've missed.
Yeah.
Try again next turn. It's a challenging scenario for the evil side. You need to kill the entire good force in the space of 10 turns. It's cool though. I think it sounds fun. I've just seen something pop up right now while we're on the page. Joey's saying, were the rules different then, or have they got an archer targeting the troll when he can't actually shoot because there's a friend in the way? I think he's talking about the picture on page 10 where there's 3 archers and the one at the background.
Yeah.
I don't think the rules were different. I think they're just being a bit lenient with it, essentially. I think, you know, if he was touching his base, he'd be able to shoot. But no, I don't think the rules were ever different for that. And then over the page, I really enjoyed this. This is then how to play the same scenario.
Points match.
Yeah, as a points match with different forces. So they suggest, because bear in mind, we're still in the infancy of points match very much in battle games, but the attacker should choose 500 points. The defender selects 250. You have to include a hero. Neither should have a third armed with bows. And then they give you these cool lines. So it's like the Lorien ambush, which is, and they're clearly making scenes from the first few films. So you've got the ideas of the Wood Elves are attacking, aren't they? Yeah. So the goblins have run into Lothlorien. They're trapped in the middle. The Wood Elves jump out and attack them. Which is quite good fun. Use trees and hills instead of ruined buildings. The elven tree platforms from Pack 35 make good substitutes for your skilly towers and central piece of terrain. So that's cool. And then Riddermark Patrol, which is the kind of Wrath of Rohan one, I think.
Yeah.
So the forces of good are Rohan. The forces of evil are Isengard. Use trees and Rohan buildings. Use the campsites as essential pieces of terrain. And then they've got a Last Alliance one. So where the Gondorians are the defenders and can pick an army from the forces of Gondor. The attacker chooses 500 points from the forces of Mordor. You can use Weathertop or even a rocky outcrop instead of the Osgiliath. But I really enjoyed that again. I always talk about with the value, it's what you get out of it now. And I read that, and you know, it's perfectly enjoyable fluff. You know, there's nothing.
Yeah.
There's nothing outdated about it in that sense of, you know, oh, these rules aren't in the game anymore. Then get a fairly arbitrary quote from Gandalf saying, fight for your lives. And they give you a sneaky preview that you're going to get Faramir in the next pack. And then we're on to what I thought was a fantastic, only 2 pages, I think, 2-page painting guide for the Mordor Orc Barrow, which again, I think would be really, really useful now. I think, and you know, I'm sure there's some expert painters on here who wouldn't benefit from it, but the tips on here I genuinely think are really useful. Like the idea of it's all about the banner. So like, you know, paint the orc, you can do that. Do you know what I mean? It's like just paint your bloody orc. But on the underneath number 1 on the right hand page, the idea of like painting a fate outline first gives you a guideline to follow. Like, you know, paint a thin version of it and then go over it once it's done. This idea in the top right hand corner of practicing painting your design onto a piece of paper.
Yeah, I remember seeing this and thinking it was super cool.
Yeah, I've never done that.
I actually remember. I think I actually did start drawing out the designs on bits of paper, but then didn't have the nuts to do it on the model.
So what you just ended up with lots of beautiful paper. Yeah. I think it's a cool idea.
Yeah.
And really nice, just above that picture, you've got like kind of 3 different banner designs, which are kind of like cool little alternate red eyes, I think, which is nice.
Yeah.
They're very, that picture bang in the middle where it looks a bit ropey, they're saying, don't worry about being too neat, as it adds to the crudish orc appearance of banner, but then they do tidy it up. So under that finishing the banner, then take this idea of, you know, getting your black out and paint around the edges.
Yeah.
Which is, again, like, might not be obvious, you know. Maybe I think, you know, that idea that you think you have to get your banner design right, and if you get it wrong, you kind of start again, as opposed to getting it looking crap in every. I do that with eyes now. I never try and paint eyes particularly well.
Yeah.
I try and make sure the black's in the middle, and then I use the kind of dark skin tone to paint out the messy bit of the eye,
Yeah.
And I reset it. Then I got a nice little idea in there about dry brushing it, like weathering it, which I think is quite fun. And you get a lovely banner bearer. And I think by that point, when you're looking at them, then we are in the realm of well painted models now, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I think he looks cool. I don't know how well he shows up. He seems a bit blurry on my one on yours there, but
yeah, it's not the best. It's only using a.
Is that all right?
Crappy one. Yeah, that's better.
He looks good.
Yeah.
Yeah, good tips for banners there. I was very impressed. What are you doing?
Doing what you did.
Oh, I'm looking at Zoom, right? So I'm seeing you do this. I'm like, Steve, I can't see that, mate.
Different camera, mate.
Yeah,
different camera. Different camera, mate.
I don't know what you do. I thought you had like a spider on it, and you're going.
Sheila.
Yeah. Oh, wonderful stuff! Wonderful scenes. And then we're onto Steve's crow section.
Yeah.
The massive tower.
Looks cool, right?
Yeah, it's all right. I've never been hugely enamoured with any of this glitter stuff they've made. It's good. I'm probably been better than anything I'd do.
I think the modelling side of it is good. I think the painting lets it down.
It's probably is that. And we talked about this before with the other buildings. There's something about the white looks a bit naff, and it's the boards, it's the having them all on these squares that I don't know how I should do it, but it just you can see it rising up there on the corner.
Yeah,
it's just that sort of thing that and it just reminds me of scenery that I made when I was young, and it irritated me. Like, why is that happening?
Yeah,
but yeah, massive tower. It's pretty cool. They've got this. I did read through it, and if you look at I'm sure you could follow it through, but it's really detailed. If you look at those pictures particularly the one right down the bottom of page 17 in the middle, and you can see what they're doing is they're putting like a. Do you want to hold it up? If it's not blurred, or I'll hold it up. I don't mind, but they're putting like an inner layer inside the window.
Yeah, it's like layered.
You're getting this recessed window look, which is really cool. But where was the design? Was it this one? First, cut a large arched window towards the top of your tower, remembering to offset it from the right slightly. Next, place a piece of foam card behind the outer arch. Make it big enough so it lies flush with the right-hand side and leaves a gap that is double the width of your foam card to the left. This will allow it all to fit together when the sides are assembled. With the card in place, draw on the inner arches and then cut them out with a knife. Finally glue them in place. And I was like, what? And then I looked at the picture and I was just like, none of those images look like the things you're talking about. But it's cool, like in that where it says second level in that picture, like one of the captions, like you can see what they're doing with the slants. Like that's tricky to do in foam board, right?
Yeah.
This idea that you would cut it and then cut diagonally across it. It's all very, very good. Quite lots of detail and stuff. Over the page we have a top tip, and it is a good tip. It's one I use. You can use dressmaking pins to make it easier to hold the pieces of your tower together while the glue is drying.
Yeah, I love it.
Simply apply the glue and then hold the foam card in place whilst pushing the pins through the card. I do that all the time with foam board. You get a pack of dressmaking pins in Sainsbury's for about £1.
Yeah.
Everything I've ever made in foam board is full of dressmaking pins that then like fill it over. Again, you got that right at the top of that, cutting the chamfer with that scary diagonal line going down, and the picture underneath with the buttresses and this sort of stuff going on here. There's the shapes that they're making. There's a sort of wrong angle away from disaster, really. They got how do you feel about the roof approach with rows of tiles?
It's grim. It's pretty much what I did.
Is that what you do now?
No, I wouldn't do that now. I'd just buy either pre-cut MDF ones or 3D printed ones.
Oh, it's a different world, isn't it? It's cheating.
Yeah,
I remember doing when I was a kid.
That's grim.
Doing Warhammer Fantasy houses and like doing single tiles on one.
Yeah.
There was a white sort of late mid-90s white dwarf about using a cereal box to make a house, and I followed it, and it was individual tiles, and I nearly exploded. And then I remember the idea of rows of tiles being like, this is a game changer. This is like next level stuff. But it's kind of fun. And then look at the door underneath it. It's got 4 bits of foam board.
Yeah.
Well, this is the sort of thing, like, to create the doors, first cut a piece of foam board to fit behind the front doorway. From this, cut a door shape the same size as your back doorway. Glue this in place, creating a recessed door frame. The door itself is made from balsa wood. Stick the card behind the door frame, then put a piece of balsa. What?
Yeah, it's very the detail. The descriptions are not great.
I think you could follow it probably, but it's a lot. Why is that building 4 pieces of foam board thick? You know, it's cool. But then that's what you're getting to at this point, isn't it? You're on issue 42. You're making fancy buildings.
Yeah, you're doing some freaky stuff.
Is this anything? I mean, how are we feeling? Foam board buildings? Is this?
I've not really made foam board buildings. I think I made a couple many moons ago. Yeah, I think if I was doing them now, it wouldn't be foam board. I'd use foam. It's easier to carve.
I like foam board. I've done a lot of it over the years because it's cheap, isn't it? It's light. It's quite readily available. And then over the page, look at that picture at the bottom.
Yeah, it's cool.
It's great. That's a bit much Battle Games of Middle Earth, isn't it? You don't normally get things on that scale. I think it's awesome. Yeah, that's obviously all the scenery you've made. They've got the painting it, and I think the painting it says, well, they paint it white, isn't it? The town route is Codex Grey, followed by a dry brush of bleach bone and a dry brush of skull white. So you're going from grey to, I suppose you got a bit of yellow and bleach bone, but grey to white, and you need that. You need the brown in there, and you need some kind of greens and reds and blues, and like the washes, don't you?
Yeah. The alternative approach is a bit out there, isn't it? It's a bit.
Always good to see an alternative approach.
Yeah, a bit more professional than we're used to seeing. There's no hill.
Don't put it on a hill. Yeah, never put it on a hill. But it's a bit like put a hill on the top.
Yeah.
Buy a polystyrene ball, saw it in half, whack it on the top. I think that one looks really good, actually.
Yeah, it does.
That tower, the dome tower, looks quality.
Yeah.
And then it's got quite a lot of detail. And you see those white fins going over the top. I'll hold that up on mine if you can't. You got these little bits kind of going over the top here, which are a shape cut out of foam board, which again would be incredibly fiddly to do, I think. But,
you'd be happy with that, though.
Yeah. I think for some, I don't know what is that. Just looks so much better than some of the other stuff. I don't know. Probably been too harsh on it. It's just something about those ruins that never
Don't float your boat.
Never quite sat right on me. But they are good, and all the effort, I think, is worth it when you look at those recessed doors and stuff. I think they look good.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. And that completes issue 42.
Yeah.
What do you reckon?
It's all right. It's not a game changer, is it?
No, I think you get a lot of value out of it, though. It's one that now I think you'd read everything in it. I don't think there's nothing out of date in it. There's a new scenario that's not currently in the game. There's some enjoyable tactics. There's like kind of alternative approaches to the game. The banner painting guide's useful, and the terrain guide's good.
Yeah.
I think someone now who'd never built a building would be able to make a pretty cool building with that. I'm not going to suggest it forward for a best issue nomination, but I enjoyed the read. Yeah, well done, issue 42.
Nice. It's a good one. It's not a bad one. It's just not a great one for me.
And of course, we get a tasty preview of issue 43.
Yeah.
Faramir is forced to abandon Osculia.
Big fuzz.
And the model we get for this, to be completely on theme, if you want to, next week, is mounted Faramir. Here he is, ready. As I said, he probably won't be going under the brush next week after all, but he will. As you see, he's ready. He's ready for being painted. So he will be done after GT. Learn the best way to utilize your Gondorian force in battle. Faramir fights a rear guard action as the Gondorians retreat. Paint your mounted Faramir miniature and make a set of roads and a bridge for your Askelia terrain.
Roads and a bridge. Can't have a town without those.
You can't.
Right. Let me just sort this out, buddy.
Enjoyed that. It's good. Do you want to see what the nerds are saying?
Well, do you want to jump in the chat and I'll go
Yeah.
quick loo break, and then we'll jump into Facebook. I'll be back in a
Pleasant.
second.
We
I'll be back in a
have
sec.
Harry is enjoying Joe's comments about making a video. Joe Holzman is excited to see bird helmet at the bottom right of the pic. Was that the cover? He's on there. He's on the cover. He gets everywhere. Andrew Grayling says Boromir wouldn't have let the city fall. Indeed. Rannoch wearing part Uruk armor behind Gurus. That sounds fun. Is that in the picture, the still from the film? Rannoch wearing part Uruk armor. Is that this one? Is this what we're looking at? I'm guessing this picture here. Rannoch wearing part Uruk armor. Don't really see the one you mean, but I'll take your word for it. Very cool. Generation Shift says, love you guys. Don't know what you're talking about. Joe Holzman, it's because Gothmog hasn't been given away the mag yet. Then why put a picture of him in? That's what gets me. That's what I think is weird. Why put a shiny picture of him when if you're new to this, you go, well, who the hell is that? That's what I don't really get. You're reading through this, you go, oh, I'm excited about this. Who's this orc that I haven't seen? I don't know. Maybe I'll get him in a future issue. Frederick Short says, and behind him, the orc whose helmet inspired the aeroplane Morannon captained. Is that in the same picture? Not really sure which one was. Oh, I see. Bird face. Oh, hang on. I bet people are going nuts in the later comments. I spot bird helmet in the bottom right of that pic. Did you mean? No, he's not in the bottom right. I was just wondering then if you meant that this guy here. There's bird helmet, right? And which is quite cool. I've never seen him in the film before. Who knows if that's what you meant? That's why I was wondering if behind him is along with the helmet and the airplane. Don't know which one that was. This guy, maybe. That helmet looks a bit familiar from that orc captain. Is that the one that Fredericks? ETG placeholder. Dear, oh dear, Steve. Looks like Steve's done some quality spam deleting. Swords and Brush says, when is the next live stream game going to be? Do you mean on here? I've got no idea. We never know when we're going to do them. We tend to do ones that, I don't know, tickle our pickle in some way, shape or form. We do one fairly recently. I feel like we played a game quite recently on a stream, like relatively speaking. You know? Can't remember. Sorry. I don't know though. Joe Holzman, were the rules there? So we read that one. No. Larry then said next week. I think, is that an answer to Swords, but you might be misreading it? Michael Haskell says, dropping off shortly, looking forward to further commentary around future Amazon Rings media drops. Very exciting. Ryan Cuthbert, cheers for an awesome stream as usual. Got to go to work tomorrow. Generation shifts as Proxen wire cutter removes the need for foam board. I'm sure you're right, but I don't really know what that means. Is that because I don't know, does that turn foam into foam board or something? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you mean, but you're better at this stuff than I am, so I believe you. Twinkle Cave. I recently moved and finally checked out the polystyrene ball my mother bought me to make that exact tower 12 years ago. I should have listened to my inner hoarder and kept it. That's so sad. That's a terrible story. You should have kept it and treasured it. I get incredibly sentimental about stuff like that. Frederick Short says, Steve, it says TTG on the screen. I know, right? Richard Clammer, it's a shame Stephen didn't like this issue. I would have thought it was the answer to life, the universe, and everything. Good use of 42, Mr. Clammer. Frederick Shorts, why do people call him Bird Helmet? He looks like a rat. I don't know. Top tier logo placement, absolutely. The orc on the right has Uruk. Oh god, it's happening again. On the right of what? On the same picture. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, like a Uruk breastplate. That was very cool. I think I'm probably wrong again, but I think we're talking about this guy here having Uruk breastplate on. It's quite cool. Oh, EOS webcam utility better.
Oh, what's going on here now?
Is that the EOS webcam utility beta?
Yeah, but why is it doing that?
Don't know. It's better than that logo you put up. They've been kicking off about it.
Hey, that was weird, wasn't
it? Check out this for a tragic story from Twinkle Cave. I recently moved and finally chucked out the polystyrene ball my mother bought to make that exact tower 12 years or so ago.
Oh, why'd you do that?
Made me sad. He said I knew I should listen to my inner hoarder and kept it.
Yeah.
Right next to Gurix is, we were talking about fun. Frederick Schultz has done his normal thing of finding, so the aeroplane captain orc, the model with his arms out, his helmet's next to Gurix on page 2, which is quite good fun. And bird face orc is next to Gurix on page 2 as well, like the actual orcs in the film, which I've never seen before on here, which is quite cool. Joe Holzman says, going back to Gothmog, I can't see a picture of him in the mag. What? It's on page 2. Rich Jansen, hey folks, just in after a night out, kebab and beer in hand. I love that. Should we go on to the next pub? Nah, let's get over Battle Street. Let's go nuts. And Joe Holzman says, oh, the model I was looking for. Yeah, I think, Joe, to be fair, mate, I think everyone's very confused about whether we're looking for pictures of models or pictures of stills at this point, but they're all in there. Swords and Brushes was the last game with Gandalf in the dungeon. Yes, it was. That was the one I was thinking of. Swords and Brushes was asking when the next Battle Streams game would be. And I said, we've got no idea. But we just kind of tend to find something.
You say that.
Oh, do you have an idea?
Yeah. I mean, in March, probably.
Oh, what? You think we'll do the Friday night again or something?
Scarring. Yeah, Friday night.
I don't think that's what I mean, that's cool, don't get me wrong.
Streaming a curry. It's becoming
streaming a curry. What a time for you.
We're going to have it, mate.
I think he means on the stream, though, the scenarios and kind of stuff.
I'll be totally honest with you. It's highly unlikely. For the simple reason being that when we've done them in the past, I've had all my camera equipment here because I wasn't going to the studio. But everything like that now is back at the studio. And I've only got one camera here and a crappy webcam.
You can do it here from mine on the crappy webcam. That's what we do again up in the dungeons.
Yeah, I suppose, yeah.
Yeah, they just have to be. We never suggest doing them. It's when a week comes along and it's like, oh, that I don't know something. Normally, one of us will make the scenery or something, and it kind of someone goes, oh, we could do that. It's never a priority to get a game on these things.
Well, the problem with it is as well. It's without sounding thingy. It's a proper faff because you've got to set the cameras up for it, which means if you set the cameras up for that, it's not set up for this.
The high quality delivery of the rest of the program.
I mean, There's a blue light there. I don't know if anyone's noticed it. Skills, mate.
What? I don't want to demean your efforts. What are the skills? Do you turn
Listen,
the light switch on? Or
I can't tell you. It's a
can't tell us.
It's a YouTuber thing, mate. YouTuber thing. Basically, I went on Amazon.
Yeah.
Bought a blue light.
Yeah.
And plugged it in.
Oh, next level stuff.
Next level stuff.
Hang on. Went on Amazon. Yeah.
Yeah, buy blue light.
Blue light. Is that just searching blue light?
Yeah, blue light.
Yeah.
YouTube.
And then,
just put blue light YouTube.
I was with you to this point. It was the third bit that got me. What'd you do?
Plug it in.
Plug it in.
Plug it in. That's where most people slip up.
And then you plug it in and it'll be on, will it?
Yeah, it's on, yeah.
Automatically. Once you plug it in.
I could do some magic if I could find. See, Daisy was in here the other day. She's been messing about with this stuff. But let me have a little look.
Why would I want a blue light?
Why not? Why would you not want a blue light? That's what you should be asking yourself.
I just feel I've got through nearly 40 years of my life without one. What would it bring to my life beyond showing up?
That thing that you feel you've been lacking.
Doesn't it show stuff up you don't want to see?
That's it. That's like the police. That's the police one.
Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't get their lights off Amazon. Yeah, I can't find it. I can't do any magic. I'll do it for next time. Oh, hang on.
Oh, God, is a magic back. Oh,
Hang on.
Oh, that looks like a remote control to me.
It's not working, mate. It's not working.
No, that's the TV.
Oh, hang on. I've got it wrong way around. That's why.
Anna's sitting in the lounge going, why is he messing with us?
Look at that.
Hang on. By multi-coloured
Yeah, mate.
light.
I'm pretty sure. Hang on. Look at this. It's a bit weird though, because not all the things work.
What have you got that for, genuinely?
I don't know, mate. It's
Right.
an impulse. It's an impulse buy.
Yeah, but normally...
Whoa! Get out of town.
It's Christmas sorted. Normally, and correct me if I'm wrong, when you do an impulse buy, you want the thing because you know what it is. Part in a box.
Yeah. Piano house, mate. That's all it's needed.
You must have had a reason for getting it, right? You must have known that I want this because it achieves this thing in my life.
Yeah.
Right. What is that thing?
YouTube magic.
What do you mean YouTube magic? What's that?
That's what it is. Just a bit of ambience, mate. Bit of
Yeah,
ambience.
there you go. There's an answer. So it's background ambience. Is it?
Yeah, a bit of ambience.
To sex up the background.
Oh yeah.
I've got that. I've got that though.
On the other stream, it's red, mate.
Look at this. Look at this lead. It's coming down from the loft. So what have you got?
Where's it go? Why is it coming? Have you got a lead coming down from the loft? Who have you got up there?
Who? Now. So it's to plug into a telly.
What in the loft?
No, you dummy. It comes out of the loft to plug into the telly in here.
Oh, I'm the dummy. I've got a wire coming through my ceiling from the loft. Why don't you plug your telly in the wall like normal people?
Because this room doesn't have a. We're in.
Oh,
old
it's
money,
an aerial,
right?
so it's not. You're not plugging it in.
No, it's not a power socket. No, I didn't think. Right, we've got a lot of PowerPoints, but I reckon the best way forward here is to run one through the loft and plug it in there.
Well, this is what you said. You know,
Yeah, but I didn't say it was a power cord, did I?
you said plugging it in.
It sounds plug in.
Yeah, come on.
You think plug implies? You think plugging it in implies that it has a plug connected?
Yeah.
Yeah, perhaps.
Yeah.
No, it's the aerial cord.
It's
That in the oldie days, like
coaxial
Yeah, whenever good use of coke. Whenever this house was done, there isn't a box in the room. So now it's fucking infuriating. Oh, sorry.
Oh, well, that's just demonetized us.
Is it made for kids? No.
To be fair, we're not monetized. We've not got 1,000 subscribers. Make it so, people.
So I've got the background. Well, we're nearly there. What are we about 940 now?
Okay, let me, because we got sidetracked, so let me do this.
Indeed, we did. Beautifully sidetracked.
So we've got 81.
Hang on. We're mid chat.
Sorry, go on.
Bird Rat talking about the archer on the bottom right. Yeah. Aeroplane go. Yeah, we've got aeroplane go. That one, Damien. Harry is in. Terrific chat. Helps me finish off Elfhelm for 20 and knots tomorrow. All the best. We'll look at the bands at the start of the stream another day. No idea what you're talking about. I didn't think EOS webcam. Is this another YouTube channel, Steve Holmes? Gothmog is also on page 21. Huge news from Frederick Schultz. Is that on the big wide shot? Yeah, he is. He's on his WAG. Doesn't get a mention. It doesn't get a mention. Took a cave. My bad, Damien. I'll remember this lesson for future potential sentimental polystyrene building materials. Uruk on page 13, missing his shield. God, Frederick's good at this stuff, isn't he? Yeah, is that definitely not a siege crew? Look, how do you spot this stuff, man? Look, cheeky Uruk without a shield.
Oh, yeah.
Could be a shield siege crew from the back, possibly. Goblins on page 12 are a mix of plastic metals and the very early metal test minis of plastics, which is cool. Swords and brushes. Steve, I bought a light today off Amazon too for YouTube. You should use Steve's guide for how to get the most out of it. Twinkle Cave. Someone explain this light purchasing process again. I'm thoroughly confused. It's like making a rum and coke. I need a brother named Dan to advise me. Swords and brushes. I'm loving this live light demonstration. Yeah, that's where the big money comes in. Steve P. I tuned in at the perfect time. I want a remote control light show now. My current lights are born with only 2 settings.
Damn it! I should have created an Amazon affiliate link.
I can. You can. Light party. Have you been when you turn your light from on to off? Do you feel empty? Would you like colours? Would you like speeds? Steve must electrocute himself every time he puts the plug in the bath.
Listen, how's that turn around to me? How?
Other plug-based things are available still. Joe says, I wouldn't worry about the swear, guys. It's the second tonight anyway. Twinkle Cave. On the topic of background lighting in Damien's room, I'm looking at houses to buy, and the current market is data rail central. My partner doesn't understand the significance at all. You got to get some solid data rail. Frederick says, it's not a siege group, it's different pose and normal head. Sword Uruk without a shield for some reason. Very cool. I'll trust you on that, Frederick. You're very good at that stuff. Ashley Fisher has transitioned to BSIME bed. What a time to be alive. Although this disco light isn't very restful before going to sleep. So the disco light show is receiving mixed messaging still. He's listening to some piano house in his head. I've caught up with the chat, mate.
Smashed it, mate. I'm literally, as we're talking, I'm just setting up the Fierce book.
Lovely.
So we've got
mosey on over there.
81 comments.
You love to see it. You love to see it.
I hate to say it, but my eyes are going. It might be these flashing lights, actually.
Probably extreme flashing lights.
Could be those.
Why would my eyes possibly be going in this dark garage with flashing bright coloured lights?
Right, okay, let me get this flicked over. Whoa, there we go. Michael Curtis, comment number 1. Are we together? Are we on it?
I have it. I just need to get the note up. I love the way he's photographed it.
Yeah, I love that.
but King of Men doesn't get in.
No.
Oh, but he's got the banner bearer in the comments.
Oh,
Different banner bearer. So he's clearly on King of Men watch, but has chucked a cheeky orc in to clear that backlog and paint along on theme, which is lovely to see.
So Curtis is in.
Do you call him Curtis, dude?
Oi, Curtis! No!
No. I like the way you were spending time painting 6 of those Kings of Men, but just putting one orc in just to fulfill the thing doesn't feel entirely fair, does it? Sort it out.
George Galloway.
Mordor Command.
Perfectly
Lovely work.
On topic.
Love it.
Michael Dublé.
Look at that. That's not a desk I feel like we've seen before.
No.
That's a cracking setup there. He's not watching our show though, which is.
He's watching my battle report.
Is that your? It was that you put up a more than 1 hour long battle report less than 1 hour before the stream. Is that what
No, it's not. I think it's 40 minutes, isn't it?
I don't know. I haven't watched it, mate. It's out of date information.
No, it's fully. I can confirm it's all up to date rules.
Do you want to plug your back rep went up today?
Yeah, can do. There's a battle report on Top Table Gaming released tonight. It is Rohan versus Dunland. Myself and Mr. Matt Woods filmed it at the beginning of the month. Lots of fun. Check it out. Top Table Gaming.
Very cool. Michael Dublé does make the cut because he's got Gothmog sitting there, along with. Looks like a cheeky bowl of nuts back there and maybe some cider, do you reckon?
Cider.
Done some good work on Gothmog there.
Yeah. Morgan Morris is in Gothmog. The big man himself. The Gothmog's done onto the warg. Let's have a look. Yeah, that was cool, mate.
Very cool. So Gothmog seems to be getting a fair bit of attention in the Army of Gothmog Week.
People are going to run out of Gothmogs for Gothmog Week.
And what if we get to Gothmog Week and people? This might be dreadful news for Gothmog.
Yeah. Dan Maskell again, Gothmog.
Looking good, Dan. Looking good.
Dwellin.
Oh, look at that! Look at that, Dad. Look at that unhelpfully propped up book in the name of the photograph. I mean, there's got to be. Look, there's got some Moranas in there, right?
Yeah.
Look at that dangerously exposed and balanced blade. That's going to be catapulted into your face at some point. What are we thinking tonight, Steve? How are you feeling? I know you've seen that there's a lot of comments, but are we thinking?
I think it's a very broad.
Yeah. We wouldn't have this as a record, presumably.
No.
Oh, have you seen Dwana's Gurrit's conversion? In the comments. He's used the conversion kit to make an awesome looking Gurrit's. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Very, very cool.
Joe Holzman.
Yeah, Joe Holzman he's 7th. That might be the latest we've ever had.
Where have you been?
Where have you been, Joe? And he's painting the right model.
Yeah.
With a Jonah, which is perfect for him.
Yeah. Talbot's in.
You'll love to see it.
Painting his eagles like parrots. That looks cool. I mean, ballsy. I won't do it.
It's not for me, but it's your hobby, innit? You do you. Is that a? It's like, what's the? I'm just clicking on the GIF. It's like Tim Garlick. What did you do? And some sort of Obi-Wan. Is it you are meant to be the chosen one? What's he saying? I will do what I must.
Yeah. Haskell is in.
Lovely. You got anything nice in the background? I normally like to see Michael's food and drink spread, but
he's kept it pretty tight on the shots.
He's looking good, Michael.
Yeah, he's looking good.
His eyes are going, mate.
I can't see, mate.
Let's catch him. No, Michael's eyes are going.
All right.
You probably can't see the comments saying Michael's eyes are going because your eyes are Larry Miller's picture. Oh, Larry, you do make me smile, mate. I love this. Do you think this could become a thing, right? You know, the whole hands and prop thing.
Could do.
Oh, Gordon Laidlaw's balls deep in Forge-World characters there.
Yeah.
I just realised what I've just said incredibly casually. Like,
Yeah.
apologies if anyone.
I didn't want to point. I didn't want to shine a light on it. I didn't want to shine a multicoloured light on it.
It's quite a common phrase that I use when I'm not on the internet.
Curtis.
Oh, it's not for kids. It's not for kids.
Witch King's not in it, is it?
Witch King?
That King.
No, the Witch King will not get you in. That's a very cool. I like what you're going for with the grey. And what have we got in the background that looks like Harad and some Vault Wardens?
Vault Wardens, yeah.
So look, it's finished. I like the purple and the green though. Like when you dice, but it looks cool.
Does look cool. Daniel's in.
Mm-hmm.
Chris
Can't wait to get some. Have you painted any of those metal orcs?
Yeah.
I've got them. I've got boxes of them from the made to order, and I think it's going to be a Kirith Ungol army when I do them. But I've never done them, but they're really excited when I eventually do. You know.
Yeah, they're cool. So Chris Bin's in as well.
Yeah, Gothmog, didn't
he? Yeah. Mr. Steve Ginley is in.
Some more scum at the back of the drawer. That makes me so happy. Paint a few. That's exactly what I want people to do. Just go, oh God, I've got some crap lying around here somewhere. Let's dig it out and bring it to life. Give it some love. Hashtag so battle stream.
Callum Morsman is in.
So it's chocolate orange, those, mini eggs white. Have we discussed these?
Yeah. Well, chocolate orange white is nice, so I'm assuming they're going to be nice.
Isn't it? You don't like orange, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but I got a white chocolate orange, didn't I?
It's the white chocolate from you and the orange chocolate from me. Is that together at last?
Yeah, create perfection. Mr. Nick Gardner, Eldrad Ultran is technically an elf.
He is, but that won't help you.
No.
What you want is someone who's technically an orc.
Yeah. Frederick got some BSIME supplies and the magazine painting Gothmog and Notmog.
Who's Notmog?
Oh, it's the new guy. And then Duplo white things look nice.
No, I don't know why you don't want to eat Lego. Oh, what, the Musgur or whatever he is. Is he Musgur? Or is he Zagdush?
One of them.
I never know those guys. Any of the twin packs, you know, like Brand and Bard, don't know which one it is.
Yeah.
Delgamar and Shibbity Bob, don't know. It's one of those new ones. Sean Clark?
Sean's in. Every day of the week.
You love to see it. You love to see it.
Warwick's in.
Oh, painting the correct model.
Oh yes.
You can get some bonus points for
it. Andreas is in. Correct model and a Gothmog. It's going all out.
And the new painting hand. I got one of those. Where's it gone? I got one of those.
Where's it gone? Oh, I don't know.
You know it's gone. Are we,
I misplaced it.
I left it on my
chair.
I left it on my chair. I don't know.
I slipped, Doctor. I slipped.
Look, have you got one yet?
Yeah.
The new type. I was like, I haven't painted a model on it. Bizarrely, I should have painted one on it, but it's even worse when you're holding it. You know what I mean? It's like, you must know. You must know. I got it when I was unboxed. I was like taking it out of the box downstairs, and I got it out, and I just did that to Emma. She was like, "What is that?"
You know what it is.
What is that? And is there any plan to involve me in it? Oh dear. So I'm on.
So Andreas is in, yeah.
Andreas Muller. Have we got some progress pictures from him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a nice banner.
He's painting the right model and he's painting Gothmog.
Cool banner, bro. It's nice. Very neat.
Cameron's surname is in.
Cameron. Shall I take a punt?
Sure.
I was going to say Rorid.
I think that's a good punt. I think that's better than my punt would have been.
Cameron Rorid. He's going to be basing up them guys tonight, so he's in. Green Trees started work on Gothmog's APC. Why'd you put her in charge? Love that film. Love it. New series coming out on Hulu.
Is the Siege Bro in the list?
Yes.
I think it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good work from Murphy.
Yeah.
Nice little obscure model there. He loves to see it.
Tom Christian.
Nice to see Chris working away in the background.
Lots of the original Bannerman in.
Yeah, it's nice. It's good. It's another one of those models that people have probably got lying around, you know. Just that given the flexibility that we've given.
Julian Hammond with this stupidly neat painting.
Stupid talent.
How?
If I was painting that would be covered in cheese by that point. I'd just be a mess in the corner.
It looks awesome. Yeah, it looks cool. Hawk Jacobson, technically working on Mordor Orcs, but really they converted Army of the Dead standing in as Orcs in my Angmar force.
So first things first, that Herald conversion is spectacular. But he's not in, right?
No.
Because they're not.
Because it's Angmar.
Yeah.
It's not
it's not even Angmar. If they were Mordor Orcs for Angmar, but they're not, are they? They're Army of the Dead. They're going to be proxies for Mordor Orcs.
Yeah. You've not ticked a single box there.
Sorry, Hawk. Although you have ticked
it's also
awesomely cool conversion blocks.
They're nice.
Sadly, it's not a box that can win you a dice.
Arn D. Decker has converted some Mordor Orcs, and they look super cool.
So they are. I mean, they're really good. They are GWs.
Yeah.
They are the metal ones.
They look like it.
They're massively converted. I just don't recognise any of the bits there, right? Yeah?
Yeah, well, I recognise some of the bits, but I think he's...
Oh, well, the middle one, you can see the body, can't you? It's the body of the plastic orc.
Yeah. And the end one, I think he's green stuffed a lot.
Yeah, it's very cool.
I
wouldn't have recognised it at all.
Yeah.
Top work.
Marcus Bader is in.
We've got a few more comments, which is always a worry. Marcus Bader with an Orc Shaman. Orc Shaman in the Legion.
Yeah. Thomas Sherlock, the old school Gothmog with a massive head.
Does he have a massive head?
Yeah, his head's massive.
Maybe he's got a big head.
Big head. Tom Marshall painting up a ton of Uruk-hai crossbowmen to ruin somebody's day.
Oh, you don't want them falling off that.
Oh.
One of those 50% tubs just does a little nudge. Look at that gold in the background. He looks like maybe he's one of those characters off Lord of the Rings Prime poster.
Richard Flagg, first troll, a few highlights, then done. Looking good. You're in.
He gets in. Oh, he's looking very good. All right.
Andrew Poole, one of the best banner models in my opinion. Hopefully I can do it justice.
Oh, the cheeky little orc.
It's the Moranen orc, isn't it?
Oh, I didn't really. Did I like that? I'm not convinced I liked that when I painted it. But that's cool.
Crispin is
Andrew
also painting original
Flag.
Gothmog.
I believe we've got Crispin.
Yeah, I think we've got Crispin. It's an updated picture.
Give me a second. How's he getting on? Oh, it's Andrew Poole and Richard Flag, sorry. Silly boy. Andrew Poole. Yeah, we've got Crispin.
Remco.
Looking good though, Crispin. Just got to base him. Quality nice work.
Yeah, so Remco sent us 2 pictures. One of Mounted Shaman. He got it for free last month in the Mega Marketplace Hall. And that's his update of his paint job, and it looks miles better.
Oh, that's a huge rescue, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks cool.
Looks amazing. Yeah, you're right though. That is a great. He's saying that's, as you say, it's one GW at their best, not necessarily one of their best, but that is a great model. I got him on the made to order. He's in a blister for that.
Yeah.
That 1 day pile.
Dale Groves is in. He's got a lot on his paint desk there. Bayonne, some dwarves, and 1 Moranen.
That's all you need.
That's all you need.
Very happy to hear people just painting up a single orc. Let's have a look at him. Oh, there he is. What a lovely chap. Look at that. Is that got a little glass of whiskey? We've got some.
It's a wheelie bin full of stationery.
Got a bin. Brilliant.
Sam Huddy is working on his Knights of Dale. Looking
Sam
good,
Huddy.
my man.
Sam Huddy. Where's Sam Huddy in the chat?
He's busy painting.
They're looking good.
Ryan Cuthbert is also working on the Siege Bowl thing.
Oh, I'm viewing more comments with apologies. So Ryan Cuthbert, yeah. So let me just check. It's right. Dale's in. Is he bringing that one back to life? Is he? Ryan
Yeah.
Cuthbert.
Oh, I'm flagging here, mate. George Kaufman. Solid choice of chocolate and beer.
Box of Ferrero Rocher. What a time to be alive. And that banner bearer again. People are doing it, man.
Yeah,
They're digging him out. Going, come on, little boy, we'll give you some love.
That sounded weird. Carl Daly painting up his Taskmaster. He's in, right? Taskmaster? Let me check.
Taskmaster's in the list, yeah.
I love the Taskmaster model.
Yeah, it's cool. He's another one that I've got the little metal version stuck away in a case somewhere, and that kind of, I'll definitely want him at some point. But in the old version, his rules were just repellent, so you couldn't paint him out. That progress picture, Larry?
Yeah.
Needs more hands.
Joe Garman is painting up orcs, Bannerman, old metal orcs, Moranens. Nice.
Looking good. Is that a little cheeky conversion on that banner bearer? Hanging skulls.
A bit of gore. Quite a few conversions. Josh Crosby just carrying on with some orcs. I did convert a new banner, but too late to get my airbrush out.
Oh, Josh is amazing. Orc conversions.
Matt Davis carrying on with his Easterlings. You look like you've painted more than on. To be fair. Stephen Ryan, he's got the Bannerman.
And Matt's not getting in, right?
No, he's not. Nowhere near.
Nowhere near model.
He let his daughter pick the skin tone from his paints. She went for Warg Flesh. Not a bad choice. Yeah, very apt.
That's cool.
George Sutherland. We've already got George in, haven't we? I think that's a whip pick. Have we got George in already?
It doesn't jump out to me. I'll check.
Maybe not, maybe.
George Sutherland.
Yeah. He's
I don't think
definitely
so.
in. Anyway. He's definitely in.
Hang on, George. What's he got?
Everything.
Everything. All the
Yeah.
orcs. Oh,
Two
cheeky orcs.
different types of banners, orc captains,
Lovely.
plastics, metals, you name it, it's there. Rich Clamor. For once, I'm doing Lord of the Rings hobby during a live stream, trying to come up with cool conversions, but just pinching them off YouTube and Google Images. That's Osgiliath Ruins.
So he's not in though.
No. Agenda's in. Moranans.
Looking cool. What's his little converted building? Sure, this counts as Osgiliath is in this week's. Alas, no, my friend.
Excuse me.
Just loading more comments for me. I'm painting these guys this week.
Progress pick from Steve Ginley. We've already got Steve, haven't we?
I believe so.
Ashley Fisher working on 3 captains and banner bearer Taskmaster tonight. Taskmaster. Just realised that this banner bearer is the one that came with my copy of the issue back in 2004. Jeez.
So he's found the actual model.
That's the one he actually got with the magazine, yeah.
That's pretty cool. Is that
18 years ago.
Ashley
Fisher.
Is he new to tonight?
Yeah, he's not with. Oh, it's his first bit.
Okay.
I've got that Moranan Orc. It's got the two hands up, the one from the command pack. I wasn't a fan of him.
I got him on the. He was on the made to order, wasn't
I can't remember.
he?
Thomas Sherlock. Progress so far.
Sean Clark's look great.
I'm just going to refresh because obviously.
Yeah, so there's progress for Sean Clark, our progress for Larry.
I've got Larry. Dwelling.
I think the last new one is Ashley Fisher, is that right?
I'll tell you now. Got me all the way back here. Stephen Ashley Fisher. Oh yeah, Sean Clark. Yeah, they're looking awesome, mate. Nice colours. And Larry. Yeah. Some good orchage. And Thomas Sherlock is the last one. Do you want to check the emails?
Yeah. So in the emails. It looks like we got, it's just Twinkle Cove. Doesn't look like Joe Achilles submitted today. He dug out a plastic sprue of Mordor orcs from the olden times. He's also working on a Durbers. Boom, boom.
Boom, boom.
What? Oh, he's given Durbers a shield as a conversion, which is quite cool. Yeah, he's working on a sprue of plastic Mordor orcs. Cool.
So how many we got?
I don't believe it, Steve. We've got bang on 40.
Bang on 40. We've got a D40.
We don't have a D40. We could do 2 finalists, or we could do 4 finalists. Unprecedented scenes.
Let's do 2.
2 finalists. Love it. So, I won't run through it, but it's the first 20. We're doing 1 to 20. Cameron, you are just sneaking into this. You are number 20. I do need to find a D20 though. So obviously, anyone who submitted relatively early in proceedings should be in this. I had this bloody problem last time. I couldn't find the D20.
Where do you keep putting it? It's probably with your new painting handle somewhere where you're not going to find it.
Stop it, Stephen.
Yeah, my eyes just, it's just, everything's blurry now, even with my glasses on.
Oh, I do. Oh, that irks. That irks me inside, given that we've got an exact 40. Oh, am I mad, or is there a red D20 up here? I know that's absurd.
Are you mad?
I just feel like maybe there was a red D20 or a crotch shot. Crotch cam. It's supremely irritating. One of those things where as soon as we turn it off, I'm just going to put my hand on a D20.
What have we got?
I got a D24. We've got a re-roll of 4, which is, fine, I suppose. All right. So, switch back to C-cam.
C-camage.
There we go. Is that framed up all right?
Yeah, I can see it. I can still see Harry's beautiful eyes. But
this is the prize of a lifetime that you're playing for. Our Black Middle Earth dice. We're going to be getting 2 finalists. So the first is our first finalist. We'll be re-rolling 21 to 24. Are we ready?
Yep. Yeah.
Here we go. It's a 14.
Oh, it's right there. It's in the middle.
It's in the middle. You'll believe it.
Go on.
It's only Steve. I haven't claimed my dice, Ginley. Can you have to see that? 10 was there on Larry. 11, 12, 13, 14.
Greedy Ginley.
Steve Ginley. So our second finalists.
Yep.
Starting with Mr. Murphy. You've snuck in here. Everyone who posted on the thread after Mr. Murphy. Re-rolling 21s to 24s.
Let's do it.
It's a 40. Again. What are the odds? And that, my friend, is Mr. Joe Garman.
Ooh.
2, 3, 4. So hopefully you can see there. We have number 30. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, Joe Garman. So we have
Joe versus Steve.
Yeah, Steve, who was rolled for first, and Joe Garman. It's only 2 finalists, so we can't use our trusty D3.
No.
So you know what that means? We have to use the prize dice itself.
Ooh.
Casual 6. That's what we do.
So 1 to 3 is Steve.
Yeah. Congratulations on your win, Steve. So indeed, the battle streams and Middle Earth dice will decide its fate.
Yeah.
So 1 to 3 is Steve, and 4 to 6 is
best of 3.
Best of 3, not first of 3.
No, first to 3 then.
First to 3 is not first. So Joe Garman 4 to 6.
Yeah.
Steve Ginley 1 to 3. Are we ready? What do you reckon, Steve? Is the battle streams going to do what it does, or is it going to defy expectations?
I'm going to stand the fence on this one.
That's really unhelpful. I've lost faith in its ability to defy expectations on camera. I think it's going to Steve.
Go on.
It's a strong start for Steve. 1-0 to Steve.
1-0 Steve.
It's 2-0 Steve. The numbers are going down. Could there be any better way for this to end than a 1? It's another 2. I mean, it was never a doubt, was it? Poor Joe. He got into the final and then was asked to expect 4s to 6s from a beast.
On the plus side,
he won't claim it.
saving on postage.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I've got 2 to send out to you. So Steve, congratulations, mate. You've won another black dice. You haven't got any yet, but I believe you have. Yeah, you have messaged me on Facebook tonight. Did that include your address? I feel like you did indeed. You sent your address. Good news is he lives in the UK. So I will be sending you 2 black dice. What are the odds?
Awesome.
That's awesome news. Congratulations, sir. But I'll get those out. I've got a few to send out, so I'll try and get those out soonish. But they will be coming to you.
Yeah, so well done, Steve.
Do you want me to catch up on the chat if you can't read?
Yeah, you catch up on the chat, mate. I can tell you where we're up to. If you can't remember, it was Ashley Fisher.
Transition to BSIME Bird. Yeah. Tom Sherlock got one of those lights for Christmas. Great for happy hardcore music. Richard Cameron misses the data rail. It's still there. Do you mean you missed it like regular section? It hasn't gone yet.
It's half there.
It's not going to be there for much longer. Larry genuinely wants those lights. You have the technology, you can buy them. Chris says, I think Steve just needs some glow sticks and poppers, and he's got a rave going on. He looks like he's in the mood for a rave at the moment. Joe is waiting for a pun for Michael Bublé, so we can call it a double entendre. Larry Millar, surely Gothmog's not on theme, and you should just completely ignore him.
Yeah, because he's not in the magazine.
Right, okay, fair enough. Joe Hosmer, Facebook no longer notifies me when Steve posts. Oh, I see. That's why he's 7. I've missed my traditional spot 3 weeks in a row now. It's annoying me more than it should.
Take me off ignore.
Mr. Smith says Von.red. Should we get rid of Mr. Smith?
Yeah, sort your life out, Mr. Smith.
Are you getting rid of him?
Sorry,
yeah. Joe Holzman, I sat on it by mistake. I think he's just big. I'd say Rory. Cameron's surname is pronounced Rory.
What did I say it was called?
You said you raw something else, I think. Rory. Thank you very much for that. That's useful. Have you got rid of sister? Is that Isilda? Sister? That's Isilda's sister. Team Spirit, I'm here. I haven't. He says, I'm here. Still haven't changed my name and been frantically painting these day or night. Oh my God, Sam. The Team Spirit is Sam Huddy. As I say those words out loud, I think I've reacted like this before.
Yes, we have, because we said, how dare you call yourself a teen? You're at least 50.
Sorry, Sam. I'm yet to connect your YouTube name to your... And then he's put, look, that's Sam, by the way. Forgot to clarify that.
That's like... So, Matt, Matt who's come on... Matt Woods, who's come on to Top Table, and he's been does the spreadsheets at Scouring and stuff. His email address is lordwoods@hotmail.com. It's been that since he was about 14, he said. Lord Woods, and he still uses it. So just set up a Gmail account.
Yeah. So everyone had one. When coming up with a funny email address was a good thing to do. Twinkle Cave, far be it for me to question process. Have we checked the emails? We have indeed. Remco, shouldn't someone check for emails? And it must have been time, because they went, oh Lord, they've heard us. Larry then suggests that we check the emails. It's like magic. Matt says it's been a blast. Take care. Thanks again. Night, guys. Night, mate. Always a pleasure to have you, man. Thanks to Matt Davis. I noticed that he. Oh God, I've forgotten who won. Apologies. Matt, for our draw for 2 years. Matt kindly donated 500 points of bases. They landed. Yeah, remember that?
2 years we've been doing this.
And we had that wonderful. Some of our patrons very, very kindly donated some prizes. I know the guys from Out of the Frying Pan, Dan Collister and Stu Mack, very, very kindly donated a £20 GW voucher. They dropped a new episode this week, by the way. So if you haven't had a good listen to that, it was very, very enjoyable. They're talking about their plans for the year. So thank you. Well done. Go and check that out. And I think Luke Johnson won that. And then I think it was Scott Newman who won the bases.
Yeah.
And they have arrived.
Sounds about right.
So Matt they've worked together. I think he said he got some Bone Boardwalks and Forgotten Dungeon ones. So Matt sorted him out with 500 points for his bases. there are today. So cheers, Matt. You're a hero. Joe Holzman says it's like an Amazon poster.
When you stood up looking for the dice.
Well done, mate. You're on that. You're on fire, man. Larry says, loving Harry's eyes peering through the gap between the dice tray. That's what I was going for. Very sinister. Larry says 1 in 40. What's that about? It's obviously the odds of winning the dice roll, but is that? Not sure what. Oh, maybe I said, what are the? It's about Steve Ginnell, isn't it? What are the odds of that? He said 1 in 40. Well, like I've had a fair few 6 on my black piece on dice. Not as bad as you make it. No, I mean they're great. It's just on camera. They're dire. They're toilet. Arjinda, thanks for another great stream. I'm off to bed now. Have a good weekend. Have a good weekend yourself, sir.
Take care, brother.
Joe Holzman, the I sat on it mistake was a painting handle. Oh, we got that. We got that one. Don't worry. Honestly, the only way they could have made that look worse was to get veins. Can you imagine if they decided that like they would? I don't know what they'd be like tubes to funnel paint through, or something like like purple tubes that would lead the paint up. Joe Holzman, you absolute Phil. Then Lara says, I didn't, but I never got an email to apply for uni. That's about the hilarious ones. And then he said, what are the odds? But he said, got there before me. Been a lack of me having to explain myself this week. I blame Steve mostly. Yeah, take that, Larry. We knew what you were talking about. Yeah. Is it just me, or does he sound disappointed?
He sounds disappointed. Sounds like we foiled his plan for this week.
Yeah, indeed. I think maybe he likes.
We're getting to know you, Larry. That's what it is. Right, I think that's it. I think we're done. We've caught up on the chat. We've given dice away. We've discussed Amazon, which is, I mean, I'll reiterate, very exciting.
Amazon,
mate.
Amazon. Fair enough.
The posher version of Amazon.
Oh, is it? Is that what the cool kids call it?
So yeah, very excited for that. Very excited. As we mentioned earlier in the stream, we will be here again next Friday.
What? And Steve.
Yes.
Come on. What is the theme next Friday?
Rangers. Yeah, boy.
Any more words?
That's it.
Just Rangers.
Legendary Legion of Thethilian dudes.
Rangers of Thethilian, Legendary Legion.
Yeah.
I meant to say as well, we got 40 entries, so even today, still didn't beat Sam.
No, still didn't beat Sam.
Which really does go to show how good Sam's week was. But Rangers of Thethilian, we're looking at 43. This will be Denethor's favourite issue because it comes with a cover with a very sad Faramir on it. This is the end of our Osgiliath narrative swing. And it's a very similar issue to this week's, but the tactics article is about Gondor. So the theme for next week is the Rangers of Thethilian Legendary Legion, just like this one, because we've already had a Faramir week. So just like this week's Gothmog, anything that appears in that list. And don't forget, now there's an updated version where you also get Ambor and Mablung.
Yep. Also, don't forget, we did remind you at the start of the stream, if you are a patron and you're interested in meeting up at the BSIME patron meetup at Warhammer World, where we'll kind of do what we did last time. We'll have a day of gaming. It's not an event, it's not a tournament, but there will be things going on throughout the day, and we'll all hang out and go for food and have much merriment. Please register your interest now in the Facebook chat. I think Sophie reposted up the Google Docs.
Yeah, it's probably gone in there, isn't
it? But that'd be really cool. Really excited about that. And if you're not sure what the hell I'm talking about, just click the link below. You'll find all the information that you need. And
gotta be a patron. Patron till the end of the night.
But that's it, I think, right?
Just seen Almighty Cuff has asked, can he paint Frodo, Sam, or Gollum and still be in? Yes. Yes, you may. Because they're in the Legion.
If they're in the Legion, yeah.
And you wouldn't believe it, but Chris is off to watch your bat rep. He reckons he's awake enough.
Yeah, boy. It's a good one. It's pretty popular, actually. It's quite surprised not done one for ages. I've got the one that I filmed with Carl to edit. I'm doing that this weekend, so that should be out next week.
Cool. You will get a hobby vlog from me before the next stream.
That's less than a week.
You might. Are you ready, Steve?
Go on,
you might get two.
And do we think not by the next stream, not by next week, but by the stream after, we'll have a trailer to talk about?
Yeah, that's 4 weeks time.
Yeah,
I would say yes. I would say in 4 weeks time, I think we'll have a trailer.
That'll be exciting.
I believe in the Super Bowl. I think
that'll be exciting. Do you think we'll be allowed to show it on stream?
No, it'll be like worse than that time that Little Mix got us banned from Chad.
Oh man, that's a shocker, isn't it?
We could do a trailer breakdown.
Yeah, we'll do a trailer breakdown. We could watch it in 20-second intervals because of fair usage.
Yeah. Joe asked, will the armored mounted Fazza count? He's not in the Legion, but the actual model that came with Mag. And the answer to that is yes. It's any version of the heroes that are in the Legion has been our rules. And certainly the model that came with the Mag would definitely count. Thomas Sherlock said, thanks, great stream. Larry says he won't be after watching Steve. Is that talking about him being awake? I'm not sure. Richard Clammer, can I put a Ranger on my Ascilius runes next week? And will that count if you paint it? And Remco says you guys spoil us too much.
I know.
You guys spoil us.
No, you hang up.
So I had a mildly successful evening with Kelleborn. He looks a bit crap, but he's got paint on him.
Yeah.
So
that's all that matters, mate.
Yeah, hopefully in the future he'll look less crap and have paint on him. Yeah. I've enjoyed this stuff.
Cool, yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun. Thank you everyone for joining us. So 36 in, you crazy people. But we're going to go now. I need to go and take some more Lemsip and go to bed because I'm very tired and feeling very rough. But
we'll see you in 1 week. Can you
see you 1 week and I'll be feeling better then. I'll be a little bit more myself. I'll probably get pissed. So, yeah.
Much more yourself.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone.
Cheers,
take
guys.
care and
Always
we will see you in a week. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.